Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to the opening ceremonies here on the final day of racing. It's finals here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, Round 5 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We're going to get things kicked off right now, so if I could please have everybody rise, remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. We've got Keegan Miller, Jr. at Windsor High School, going to be providing us with a fantastic rendition of our national anthem. Take it away, Keegan.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let me hear you give you a big round of applause for Keegan Miller, Windsor native here, a junior at Windsor High School, with a fantastic rendition of our Stars and Stripes. And we're good to go here to get everything ready to rock and roll here for Sunday's finals. But first, joining me before we get started with racing action, joining me now is one of the original founding sponsors. He's been a part of Roar of the Rockies since back in the 1990s when we first brought it here to Water Valley. Joining me now, Mr. Pat Hess. Pat, fantastic to have you back here, and it's kind of fun. We did this yesterday with Tyler, but it's interesting to be able to have conversations with you, much like my father did about 20-plus years ago with some of you folks when we first started coming here to the beautiful Water Valley communities. What has it been like to be a part of Roar of the Rockies as well as the Water Valley and Windsor communities?
Well, first off, this thing wouldn't even exist without Martin Lind and the Jensen family. And I got the fortune of I got to know those people early on, and this was an event that they put on, and extremely happy to come. I mean, it's probably the funnest event for me. I get to bring my family and friends and have good food in a tent and a good time and get to watch racing.
Absolutely. Now, I heard that you have had a chance in the past to take a ride in that two-seater that we saw out there carrying the American flag during the Star-Spangled Banner. What was that experience like for you, Pat?
That was extreme. It's hard to believe. You watch the boats, they seem like they're really going well, and then they turn. I can remember driving straight into the wall on the other lake thinking, this guy's nuts, and all of a sudden he turns left, my head hits the window, and we take another lap, but it was extremely fun.
Absolutely. It definitely gives you a new definition on what G-forces are actually like out there, huh?
It does. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, hey, we love that you've been able to be a part and a sponsor here for so many years. Back from when you had Holsinger Drywall, now you got Hess Land. Talk a little bit about what you're doing with Hess Land and what you're trying to help here within the Windsor and Greater Windsor communities.
My Hess Land Company is basically just a management company for my real estate things, for my own personal stuff. And,
okay.
A nice office to go to. I have a golf simulator there, so
Ooh, there we go.
That's my new life.
There you go. It fills the days right. Well, as they say, when you retire, it's hard to fully retire. So it looks like you got something to keep you busy and take care of all your stuff. And we appreciate that you recognize the value that even Hess Land can get out of being a sponsor of this fantastic event here in 2025. We greatly appreciate the time you took with us here this morning. Thanks so much, Pat, and thank you so much for being such a fantastic sponsor.
You bet. Have a great day. We'll see you next
All right.
year.
That is Mr. Pat Hess, one of the OG sponsors here of the Roar of the Rockies from way back when Walt Yarbrough was the announcer, bringing you Formula One powerboat racing here in the Front Range of the Colorado Rockies. Now I get to do it. So the Mouth of the South started it, and now carrying on that tradition, the Noise of the North is here, bringing you all the live play-by-play action all day long here as we look to crown 3 different champions at the Roar of the Rockies 2025 in all 3 classes. Starting things off with today, we're going to have the Texas Trihulls out on the water for their 3rd of 4 qualifying heats here as they look to set their starting grid for their main event later on this afternoon. So we've got the Trihulls coming up here in just a handful of minutes. And they're going to do their 7 laps around, again, that is a 2-pin course. We've got 3 different courses out here on Lake Water Valley. There is the local driver from right here in the beautiful Windsor communities. That's the 93 of J.B. Jensen. If you were here yesterday or watching on our live stream, you'll remember J.B. came out, drew pole position for qualifying heat number 1, and was able to get out in front and stay out in front. And he is sitting in the catbird seat right now with the most points collected so far through qualifying in Texas Trihull. But you know what that means? That means he's going to have to start from the back of the pack here in heat number 2. We weren't able to get heat number 2 in yesterday due to the inclement weather that came in. And it looks like the rain from the morning is pushing through. We're going to have a beautiful afternoon of race. And there's JB giving a big wave with that Colorado state flag design helmet there inside the cockpit of that Texas Trihull. He's running double duty this weekend, both Texas Trihull and Formula Lights for the driver out of Meade, Colorado. Can he stay out in front here in Texas Trihull? Can he bring a championship here to the state of Colorado in Texas Trihull, or will he have to do battle with the likes of Grant Schubert, Neil Marsh, Tanner Rinker, who's on a tear, 3 straight wins in a row for the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He's right in the thick of the points hunt. Same with the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's your points leader so far through 4 rounds. Can he stay out in front here after Roar of the Rockies, or will the 3-time defending series champion in Texas Trihull, the 17 of Neil Marsh, do what he normally does and find a way to get out in front? And when you put Neil Marsh in clean water, it is a dangerous proposition for the rest of his competitors. All right, looks like hopefully we're going to get underway here in just a handful of minutes with our Texas Trihull opening qualifying heat. We're just waiting for a couple of drivers to get out on the water. They're going to run a couple of hot laps. And again, the Texas Trihulls run a little bit different of a starting procedure versus our Formula Lights and our Formula One. For those of you not joining us yesterday on our YouTube channel, or if you weren't able to make it down here to the beautiful Water Valley communities, our Texas Trihulls run a rolling start, a little bit different than our modified Le Mans start that we run in Formula Lights and Formula One. So you're going to see these drivers get in a 2x2 formation. They're going to travel all the way to the north end of the course. So the left side of your screen, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're here locally, the far turns as far away from the island as you can get. They're going to go all the way down there. They're going to circle around. They're going to be led by Jet Ski Jared. He's a part of our sport rescue team and our Pace Jet Ski that handles all Texas Trihull starts as well as any restarts in Formula Lights, Formula One. And you can look at, if you're joining us on our YouTube channel, again, make sure you go to YouTube, find F1 Powerboat Racing, smash that subscribe button, and you'll get notified every time we go live. There you see the 69 of Cole Waring getting some air off of one of his competitors. This class is affectionately known bumper boats at 65 miles an hour, and they do not disappoint. They'll come 3, 4, 5, even 6 wide in the corner, and they'll wad themselves up and stack itself up on top of each other's decks, and it's a fan favorite here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. What is a Texas Trihull, though? Well, it is a copy off of a Glastron Trihull from the 60s and 70s, depending on if you want to date yourself or not. You may remember riding around or had a friend's parents' boat that was that tri-hull style bottom. Gives you a little bit more stability, a little bit less of the rocking side to side than a traditional V-bottom boat. We took that. We created a all fiberglass bottom of that boat. We put decks on top of them as well as roll cages to keep our drivers safe. And there is the 03 you can see zoomed in on. That's Evan LaBeouf out of Youngsville, Louisiana, running for Daybreak Bar and Grill. A rookie here stepping into the cockpit for Austin Terry, the young 14-year-old driver out of Houma, Louisiana. Had other obligations that took him away from round number 5, hoping to see him back for round 6. But Evan LaBeouf stepping in and looking to try to make some hay here in his rookie debut in Texas Trihull. But now we see that we got the red flag out there. These guys are wanting to get going, but we don't quite have a green flag yet for allow them to run some hot laps. But they are itching to get out here on the water and get cruising here for their second qualifying heat. These guys are chomping at the bit because of weather yesterday. They only got one qualifying heat in. Oh, that's not enough for these guys. They're used to 2-3 heats a day. They're used to bumping into each other, banging into each other, and creating a whole lot of havoc on the water, and they just didn't get enough. So they're excited to be able to start today's racing action with their second qualifying heat. Ken J.B. Jensen come from the back of the pack. He started on the pole in Heat 1. He ran that thing wire to wire, even though he had the 17 of Neil Marsh all over him in Heat 1 yesterday, if you do remember. Now he's got to go back of the pack. Why does he have to do that? Well, that's because the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series has the most unique qualifying in all of motorsports. Not only do you have to lay a fast lap out on the water by yourself, but then you got to qualify, right? And those fast laps will give you your qualifying starting position for Formula Lights and Formula One. In Trihull, they do draw for order of the first heat, so it's the luck of the draw. JB was the lucky dog in qualifying heat number 1. But then once the points are all divvied out to the driver on their finishing position in qualifying heat number 1, then they have to go reverse order of points in qualifying heat number 2. All right, I call that, we flip that script here in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Worst goes to first, and first goes to worst. The only one that doesn't get to play in that fun scenario are any rookies. So we've got the one rookie out here, so the 3 of Evan LaBeouf will have to start in the back of the pack all weekend long. We do that for safety purposes, but we do the same thing in Formula Lights and Formula One. So not only here in Texas Trihull will you see the reverse order of the points collected yesterday. So the likes of Devin Brown, you're kind of probably going to see on the pole here as he struggled mightily yesterday. The 69 of Cole Waring is going to be up there near the front as well. And we're going to do the same exact thing in Formula Lights. Now, we were able to get a couple of Formula Lights races in yesterday. So if you remember, the 12 of Shelby Love in Formula Lights, the woman who has been in dominant force here in 2025, was able to come from way back, and her and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach did battle all race long in their second qualifying heat, and they're going to have to do that again in their third qualifying heat later on this afternoon. Again, worst goes to first, first goes to worst. So it looks like we've got almost all the boats out there, and we're going to get ready to go here in just a moment, waiting for Jet Ski Jared and the Sport Rescue Team to get themselves in place. Again, safety is the number one priority here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Those of you who joined us yesterday, we did have a pretty big wreck with the 93 of R.J. West going over down at the far end of the course after getting together with his teammate, the 92 of Dean Comer. Want to give you everybody a little bit of an update. R.J. is doing well. He's continuing to be observed. He's in a concussion protocol as he took a pretty big hit. And, again, safety being the most important thing here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Wanted to give you an update. He's doing well. He's doing better. But please keep him in your thoughts and prayers. Looks like we got him ready to go. Green flag is out there, and we're going to get some hot laps, and then we're going to line them up 2 by 2. The real question here is who's going to come out here in this first reverse order of points, second qualifying heat here in Texas Trihull. Can the 13 of Grant Schubert navigate his way through back markers and try to hang on to that narrow lead here in the season championship on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in the Texas Trihull class, or will it be the 10 of Tanner Rinker? Could that driver right there, the 52 of Mason Rinker, having to step into his brother's old boat as his brother moved into his grandfather Jerry's boat after Jerry retired? His boat took some pretty bad damage at Shreveport, Louisiana earlier this year. He then went to Singapore for his daytime job. I believe he's working for Halliburton or one of the large energy companies. We spent a couple of months over in the Philippines or Singapore. And so he was over there for a couple of months. When he came back, he was able to get back in time for the race, but they didn't have a chance to put that boat back together. So he's hopping in the 52 machine here this weekend. And can he play spoiler? Because he has been shuffled way back in the points, but that does not mean that 52 of Mason Rinker is a slow boat by any means. He is a handful out here on the water, as most of our drivers are. They are talented and multifaceted drivers. They run in multiple classes. And this one is the one that all of them say is a heck of a lot of fun. But who doesn't enjoy bumper boats at 65 miles an hour? Let's take a look at our starting lineup here before we go 2x2 here in the opening qualifying heat on Sunday's finals, the third of 4 qualifying heats here in the Texas Trihull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And again, they go 2x2. So on the inside of row 1, that's the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, the number 99 of Devin Brown in the all-black Snap-on Tools sponsored entry. Coming second on the outside of row 1, another part of that Outlaw Racing Team runner for Ace Hardware, the number 12 of Jack Schubert. On the inside of row 2, they call him Mullet, running for Burnshauser Oil, number 69, Cole Wearing. On the outside of row 2, another part of that Outlaw contingency, that's that bright orange and white Ray Bob seasoning sponsored entry, number 26 of Briston Sherman. On the inside of row 3, he's in a brand new boat to him, and he's looking to make some hay and play spoiler here at the Roar of the Rockies. On the inside of row 3, the number 52 of Mason Rinker. On the outside of row 3, again, another Outlaw driver. They've got 5 Outlaw team members here running in Texas Trihull. He plays double duty running Formula One and Texas Trihull, running for Captain Mark Seafood and Bastrop Marina, the number 13 of Grant Schubert. On the inside of row number 4, he's the man who's won the last 3 rounds on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, and he is all over that top spot, climbing up to do battle with the 13 of Grant Schubert. Again, on the inside of row 4, the number 10 of Tanner Rinker. On the outside of row 4, they call him the Dude. He is one of the most fantastic tri-hull drivers the class has ever seen. He's out of Hemlock, Michigan. He's your 3-time defending series champion, number 17, Neil Marsh. And our final row wrapping up here at Texas Trihull on the inside of row number 5, your winner from yesterday in qualifying heat number 1, the man out of Meade, Colorado, running for Island Lake Marine and Centurion Boats, number 93, J.B. Jensen. And rounding out the field here in Texas Trihull, the rookie out of Louisiana, running for Daybake Bar and Grill, the number 3 of Evan LaBeouf. Well, that locks in our starting lineup here for qualifying heat 3. And joining me for our afternoon is none other than the famous and one of the most talented Formula One drivers in the world has ever seen, Managing Director of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, Mr. Tim Siebel. Tim, thanks for joining me today. We're going to have some fun, aren't we?
Oh, my gosh, I am excited. This is some excellent weather, and we're going to make some horsepower out here today.
Absolutely. You know, we're fighting the altitude a little bit, but only 2 drivers here sticking with the 2-stroke package. Boy, that 4-stroke and its dynamic fuel injection has really started to take over and dominate the Texas Trihull class.
It has. You know, it's a race-proven package that the guys are slowly migrating to, and guess what? It's got a lot of benefits, especially when you come up to Windsor. Love coming to Windsor. We're very excited to be here.
But that altitude can wreak havoc, that's for sure. All right, we've got them lined up 2 by 2. Jet Ski Jared pulls off the course. Now it's all under green flag for Doug Ray. He drops the green flag, and here we go. As they go charging down the front straightaway, will the 99 of Devin Brown be able to hold off the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, in that Ace Hardware sponsored machine, the number 12 of Jack Schubert? Well, you can see it right there, Tim. That 4-stroke just really started to pull away from that 2-stroke package on the back of the 99 of Devin Brown, and it looks like the 12 of Grant Schubert is going to find some nice clean water here early on.
It does. You know, the 4-stroke's got a little bit on the 2-stroke on top end, but Devin in second place always likes to lay on the trim.
Absolutely, he does, and hopefully it'll work out well for him. But he's got a rearview mirror full of some talented drivers. The 69 of Cole Waring's down to the inside as they go 3-4 wide in the corner. Look at them all wadding up down there. Who's going to come out clean? Looks like the 12 of Jack Schubert's now starting to pull away from the 99 of Devin Brown. And now we got teammates doing battle with the 69 of Cole Waring and the 26 of Briston Sherman side by side coming down the front straightaway. Boy, talk about that, Tim. How important it is, especially in Texas Trihull, trying to find a clean way in and out of the turn. Seems like that is the difference between first and 7th, 8th, 9th.
Well, you got the two-stroke of Devin, and then you got Neil in the 17. Watch him go through the corner. Neil can really hug the buoys tight, and then on top of it, you got 3 outlaw guys fighting for position.
Absolutely, as we see the 13 of Grant Schubert and the 17 of Neil Marsh have started to move up a little bit as they've now find themselves both in the top 5. But the question right now is can anybody get out and catch the 12 of Jack Schubert as he's found some of that clean water? Now the 26 of Briston Sherman is able to get by the 99 of Devin Brown going wide to the outside. You can see that orange and white out in front now. The 99 Devin Brown, he's going to look to track down the young driver out of Richmond, Texas. Can he knock off his teammate and grab the valuable points here in qualifying heat number 2. Boy, Tim, the point standings here in Texas Trial has been tight, and you can definitely see the Outlaw team has put a lot of work in. The likes of Briston Sherman and as well as the 69 of Cole Waring really stepped up their games here in 2025.
They have Grant Schubert's gotten second in the last few years. You see him right now fighting for a position coming up on Devin. Grant really wants to win this championship, but the guy right now in control in the smooth water out front, Jack Schubert, just showing them where to go and how to do it.
Absolutely. Let's talk about a little bit when you're out in front like Jack is right now. What's the mentality like when you start to pull away from the rest of the field and you get a little bit of breathing room? Do you feel like you can kind of take a little bit of the weight off your shoulders, or is that when you kick it into high gear?
Well, what he's able to do is he can run his perfect lines. The guy behind him can't run his perfect lines because he's going to be in his backwash. The other thing Jack can do right now is he can control the pace of the race. So if he's got to slow down a little bit to go into the right spot, into the corner, not have to push it too much and overshoot the corner. So he's really using his head right now.
Absolutely. Nice turn there as he goes down into turn 1 on the south end of the course, continuing to stay out in that clean water. Really liking that wide line coming out of turn number 1 down on the south end of the course. Oh, look at there. Briston Sherman getting some air as we saw him off the left side of the screen. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert. Now he's doing battle for that final spot on the box here in qualifying heat number 2. He's slugging it out with his teammate, the 69 of Cole Waring. And oh no, the 99 of Devin Brown. Looks like he had some struggles coming out of turn 1 there on the south side of the course. Boy, it's been a rough weekend for the 99 of Devin Brown, but look at that white flag is out. Go fast, turn left, just 2 more times for the young 12 of Jack Schubert. Can he hang on and go wire to wire here in qualifying heat number 2?
Wow, what a drive by Jack Schubert. Briston is keeping him honest, and then you've got the teammates, Cole and
the 13 of Jack Schubert, but here he comes. He comes right out of turn number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. He goes wire to wire, taking his second heat win in his young career. The number 12 of Jack Schubert, followed by the 26 of Briston Sherman. And then out of nowhere, the 69 of Cole Waring on the final lap and a half gets by the 13 of Grant Schubert and finds himself up into 3rd position. In 4th, the 10 of Tanner Rinker got some good points, but he's still behind the 13 of Grant Schubert, which is not what he wants. Then it was the 52 of Mason Rinker, the 17 of Neil Marsh, the 93 of J.B. Jensen, the 99 of Devin Brown, and the 03 of Evan LaBeouf. So it looks like we had a couple of transponders might have gone haywire on us there, but what a fantastic run it was for Jack Schubert. So let's take a look at those top 10, the final standings here for qualifying heat number 2. Again, the 3 at the bottom, if you're watching from our YouTube channel, they're a little bit out of whack there as we did have some transponders fail. That's why we have manual backup scoring. But your winner here, again, the 12 of Jack Schubert, able to have a fantastic run out there and was able to hang on and take a wire-to-wire victory. Right behind him, the 26 of Briston Sherman. And then in 3rd, the 69 of Cole Waring, who made a fantastic run because he was sitting in 4th with about 2 laps left, and he was able to get by his own teammate, the 13 of Grant Schubert. So again, the standings are a little jumbled, but 4th position was the 13 of Grant Schubert. Then in 5th was the 10 of Tanner Rinker. 6th was the 52 of Mason Rinker. 7th was the 17 of Neil Marsh. 8th was the 93 of J.B. Jensen. 9th was the 99 of Devin Brown. And rounding out this 10-boat field here, the young rookie out of Youngsville, Louisiana, the number 3 of Evan LaBeouf. Well, that wraps it up here for Texas Trihull. Hopefully we're going to have an opportunity to chat with that wire-to-wire winner, the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, running for Plantation Ace Hardware. He got out front early, and you're going to find that in Texas Trihull. It can be. It's not always, but it can be very difficult to get around drivers if they know what they're doing out in front. And Jack is a multi-generational powerboat racer. His brother Grant is out there on the water. His father John, his uncle Mike, his grandfather Bob, all phenomenal powerboat racers in their own right in their day. And now that tradition of excellence is being passed down to the next generation of the Schubert family. Alrighty. Coming up next here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, we're going to have the Formula Lights coming up next. But right now, Tim Siebold is down there with the number 12 of Jack Schubert from his fantastic wire-to-wire win. Take it away, Tim.
All right, I'm down here with Jack Schubert, Ace Hardware, Trihull, third heat race win of the season. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm ready to jump out of this one and go get in a 45 and hopefully do just as good.
Man, it looked like you had the perfect line coming in and out of the corners, and everybody else was having to switch lines because you were right where they wanted to be.
That's my whole goal. Keep in front of them and make it to where they can't pass me.
Well, you heard it right there. Jack Schubert, start in first and improve your position.
All right, thanks, Tim. Again, congratulations, Jack. What a fantastic run. And that's one of the toughest things about any form of powerboat racing, right? We talk about car racing as a reference point here for those of you who aren't necessarily familiar with tunnel boat racing or powerboat racing. We don't have you can't draft in a tunnel boat. You can't draft in a trihull. You can't get right behind their propeller because the wash that they create does two things. One, it makes the water extremely hard, and it's very difficult to turn. The second thing is the propeller spinning through the water creates so much air into the water that it really reduces the power or the torque that you have the ability to propel your boat forward. So when they were talking about keeping everybody behind him and being able to pick his right line, a part of that you will see out here today, or a tactic that these drivers use on a regular basis, is essentially moving from one lane to another and then back out into the lane that you started down the straightaway, if you can do that as the leader out in front. Because then, no matter where the drivers behind you go, at some point on the straightaway, they're going to get up into the wash of your boat, and they're not going to have that optimal performance that they're looking for. And that's what's the name of the game is if you can play that game of chess and be one move ahead of your competitors and you're in the right position, it's going to make it extremely difficult for those individuals to be able to get past you. So we'll be right back here with more racing action. Coming up next, the Formula Lights, right after a word from our sponsors here at Roar of the Rockies 2025, the fifth round of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Points West Community Bank, your official golf cart tailgate sponsor here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, and they are a bank rooted in community. Since 1906, they've been locally owned and operated. That's over 115 years. They have supported their communities and the folks that live there through sound financial support, reinvestment, and active participation. The great folks at Point Western Community Bank. JH Performance Boats. Custom-made, classic, shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Legacy Carts, your trusted golf cart destination in Colorado. Legacy Golf Carts has established itself as a leading golf cart dealer and Royal EV specialist, keeping you rolling in style. Cheers to Legacy Carts. Shout out to one of our title sponsors, Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. Valpak, the nation's premier direct marketing company, trusted to drive lead generation and brand awareness through print and digital advertising solutions that work. Their deep data insights into American households enable business owners to segment and target the audiences and neighborhoods that maximize their return on investment. Each month, that little blue Valpak envelope mails out to 41 million households, driving results with direct mail and digital advertising. The great folks at Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. All right, well, we got most of the boats back out on the water here, but while we got a few minutes here, we've got the fantastic folks from Mercury Racing here on site with us with their Mercury truck, living life wide open with a handful of different cross-sections, some of the fantastic power plants being built by Mercury. Let's take a look and chat a little bit about here, Tim, what it means to have not only Mercury on site, but what they're doing for powerboat racing and for boat racing and for boating in general here in 2025.
Man, the Mercury truck is just beautiful.
It really is. I really like the cross sections where you can see some of the inside, and you can talk about, like, what does the R mean on the back of that 500, 400, 300? They got a lot of really big outboards in there.
Well, the R represents racing. So some of the Mercury outboards that you see are a 150 XS, for instance, what we're using in trihull.
Right.
That's a mainline plant
So
motor.
that's
where
what
all
you can
the
buy
R
on your
models
pontoon.
come out of racing.
Gotcha. Okay, so different factory floors, obviously a little bit of a different focus on the motor. Obviously, if you're putting a motor on the back of your pontoon, you're not necessarily looking for top end performance, but reliability as well. And so this truck is really showcasing that racing division of Mercury, and we see a lot of these larger ones, and we see some propellers there now on how important it is, and so smart that Mercury not only provides motors but does a lot of propeller work for the racing and the boating community.
Well, Mercury Racing has been a fantastic partner for the F1 Powerboat Championship. They are so good to work with, and what we want to do and what we want to accomplish with them for the future of boat racing is the next generation of motors. So that's what you're seeing us work with them on. They are always at the forefront of technology in the outboard industry.
Absolutely.
And we are lucky to have them as a partner, and I love working with them because the engineers have an open mind to where we say, hey, let's try this, and they're really open to that, and it really meshes well with our racing.
Absolutely, and being a former driver, obviously being able to give input to the manufacturer of the power plant has got to be invaluable to ensure that you get the best performance out of their motors while you're on the water.
You do, because everything works differently. So the way the 150 XS works on a trihull is a different way that it works on a pontoon boat or your runabout. So that's where you have to have a complete manufacturer like Mercury Marine, because they manufactures the propellers along with the power plants. So that way you can match the horsepower curves, the RPMs with the right propeller to get optimal performance no matter what boat you have your Mercury outboard on.
Absolutely, and that's the one thing that maybe the layman person, though somebody who's maybe not necessarily familiar with powerboat racing, that propeller is so important. We were talking, I believe, back on Friday, and if you liken it to a car, if you try to kind of line them up with how is this relatable to a car, it's the transmission, it's the suspension system. That propeller plays so many important roles. And I can imagine that you've gone out and seen a boat that has a fantastic motor, an unbelievable setup, but they make a wrong choice on that prop, and they go from first to worst real quick.
It's got to be a complete package. And that's why the propellers are so important, especially when you come from sea level to over 5,000 feet altitude like we have up here in Windsor, that is a total different selection.
Absolutely, and especially in this class we've got coming up next, because this is a full two-stroke class. The four strokes have not necessarily penetrated the Formula lights yet, but talk about, an already underpowered class with that two-cylinder 45 cubic inch OMC. It's got to make it even more difficult and really put even more stress on the driver when you're at 5,000 feet of altitude.
It sure does, but you know what is great about the Formula Lights class is they are honing their skills in the art of powerboat racing. So these drivers, some of them are veterans, some of them are rookies. And particularly on this race weekend, we've got some veterans of other classes that are stepping into this, like Spencer Love. So we've got a variety out there today, but it really shows you how they have to get the maximum performance out of their boat package right here, right now, today.
Absolutely, yeah. Kay and I were talking a little bit yesterday about how well the Formula Lights does as a feeder class into the Formula One. And, I've always been told that because it's a smaller motor package, you really have to learn as a driver all the facets of being a great driver. And it's really the performance and not necessarily having as much power to carry you down the straightaways like you do with a big APX 4.6 liter V8. So talk about, what skills do you see really grow exponentially in these drivers when they get into these smaller Formula Lights as the feeder classes, they maybe look to move up down the road?
Well, some drivers that have come out of the Formula Lights class say that they're harder to drive because of no horsepower than the Formula Ones are. So you got to remember, when you have no horsepower, anything you do, right or wrong, is amplified.
Right.
So if they take the wrong line out there today, guess what? If they go into the corner and they dig it down too deep into the turn, that's going to slow them down. It's going to hurt their exit speed, and everything costs you.
Yeah, and it really shows you, really allows you as a driver to really learn how to wheel a boat, right, as the old saying goes.
Well, exactly, and what this class will also show you is that you need to be smooth. Some drivers are smooth, some manhandle the boat, let's say, and throw it around. Well, I got to tell you, in this class, you want to be smooth. The smoother you are, the faster you are.
Absolutely. I think we've definitely seen that out of this year, especially out of the 12 of Shelby Love. Early on in that brand new Hoffman last year, she, the setup was giving her a little bit of an issue. She kept kind of spinning out. That boat likes to run real flat. But as she got more comfortable, she has definitely gotten smoother out on the water. And boy, you have really seen the performance of her behind the wheel and that number 12 Clover construction machine rise with that level of comfort and ability to be so much smoother out on the water.
Well, I think what you're finding this year is Shelby is maturing and getting more experience, and that comes across in the setup. So now she's got the engine height figured out, because engine height is very critical on this. And what the engine height is where the propeller is in relationship to the bottom of the boat. So that is very critical. A 1/16 of an inch makes a difference on a 45 boat. But you're seeing all of these certain things come together, her setup, her driving, the boat. You'll notice her boat, when it goes through the corner, it stays up on top of the water more than some of the other boats. And that allows her to have higher corner speed, which means she can use a bigger propeller, which also gives her some more top end then.
Right, absolutely. And unlike the Formula Ones where you have the ability to dynamically adjust the height of your motor, I believe you set up to an inch. They don't have that. That thing's locked in place. So you got to set that on shore before you take the boat off the trailer. And if you make, like you said, a tiny 1/16 of an inch mistake, it could cost you a checkered flag or a podium finish.
It sure can. And as the race goes on, it starts out smooth, and the engine height is set. So
Oh, all right. Looks like we're ready to go here. Wow, they caught me off guard. They got lined up so quickly. Here we go. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute on the pole. We're going first to worst, worst to first. He had a hole in his boat yesterday. He fixed it last night. He finds himself on the pole here. The 0-1 of Jake McKee out of the Redlands, California. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. They're in that pink and white. French-built, more design. Number 1 on the side. Clover Constructions is sponsor of Spencer Love, coming second off the start dock. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. And then it's the number 60, the rookie for the Pizza Inn Racing Team and B&B Racing out of Crosby, Texas, the number 60 of Brandon, Bo Bollock. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then it's the 66 of Randy Parch, followed by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, the 12 of Shelby Love, the 6 of J.B. Jensen, and the 2 of Jack Schubert rounds out the field. Let's see what's going to happen here in qualifying heat number 2 in Formula Lights. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. A flag is up. He drops that flag as they come off the dock. Who's getting a good jump there? Looks like a great jump by the 66 of Randy Parch and the 1 of Spencer Love. But now here comes the 60 of Brandon Mobalik, and look at how tight they are, side by side, coming through the middle of the course. And boy, a rough start there for the 01 of Jake McKee. He was on pole, but looks like he might get shuffled back a few spots here in his second qualifying heat here in Formula Lights.
Well, Jake's new to our series. He's stepping up to a national level now. Makes it to the first turn. That got a little tight, but look at the veteran on the outside.
Absolutely. Mark's really liked that outside line here this weekend. Normally he's a guy that likes to go pin to pin, but I think he recognizes keeping it wide, keeping those RPMs up because the air is so thin is going to be best for him. And boy, he comes out of the start lap, and as he starts lap 1, here he is on the outside, but look at who's come screaming behind him. The 12 of Shelby Love going wide to the outside of turn number 4 as they go down into turn 1 here on the opening lap of this 6 minutes, plus 1 lap. Qualifying heat here in Formula Lights. 35 of Schmierbach. He needs this win. Him and the 12 of Shelby Love traded wins yesterday, so they are tied in points. He knows this third and final heat is going to be critical for who's going to get pole position. And Tim, talk about pole position in the final. I would imagine every driver out here, the only thing they're looking to do in qualifying is somehow, some way find their spot on that top spot on the start.com, the main event.
That's right. You want to be on pole for the final, but look at going into turn 1, 2 different strategies. Mark Schmierbach's out in lane 2 or 3, so that way he doesn't have to cut it so sharp. Shelby's trying to make up ground, so she's going tighter on the pins.
Absolutely, and you said with that boat having a little bit higher setup in the water table, she's able to go tighter but get back up to maximum RPMs quickly. But she's got a big task in front of her. She's got a 2.16 second deficit over the 35 of Schmierbach, and it's going to be real tough for her to make it up. But if there's one thing we know for sure here in 2025, Tim, it is that you don't count out Shelby Love, because even on the last lap, she's going to make a move that potentially nobody expects.
That's right. They're having a good battle there. And we got Jake and Randy battling for third place there, and Brabalik coming up. So that's going to be a real interesting race as the water roughens up a little bit.
Absolutely. There's the 101 of Jake McKee, and then there's the 66 of Randy Parch and the 60 of Brabalik. As we get rougher and possibly come into some of the back markers, these guys are going to start to get tightened up. That 01 of Jake McKee now sliding it down into turn number 1, looking to try to find the short way around the course. Can the 66 of Randy Parch make up the ground and catch him? But he's also got to be cognizant of the 60 of Brandon Mobalik. Let's talk about that, Tim. It seems it's a very difficult thing to not only try to track down somebody in front of you, but also when you've got somebody right on top of you behind you, you've got to manage both. Otherwise, it seems like if you let one of them go, all of a sudden they're right on top of you without you knowing it.
Yeah, the way I always looked at it is you're either going forward or backwards. So if you're worried about the guy behind you, you're not going to be able to catch the guy in front of you. So you got to concentrate on what's in front of you and keep tabs on the guy that's right behind you.
Absolutely. There's the 12 of Shelby Love now coming out of turn number 4 as she started to close that gap. Let's see, it's down to 2.06 seconds on the last lap. Now it's down to 1.38 seconds. And Tim, as we get into the later stages of this heat, especially in the final later, boy, those back markers seems like something that Shelby has relished here in 2025, because she's been able to navigate her way around back markers very, very well this season.
She has, and the thing it'll do is Mark will have to come off of his line that he wants to run around the course to get around the back marker, and that can open up a gap for Shelby.
Absolutely. It's very much a chess game out there. You're trying to stay 2, 3, 4 moves ahead of your competitors, and they're trying to change up the things that they're doing to take you off your game. But look at a great move there. She goes down to the inside, but smart move there by the 35 of Schmierbach as he moves down to the inside lane to get by the 2 of Jack Schubert. And that forces the 12 of Shelby Love to have to slide wider to the outside and takes her off of her line. But she is still continuing to close that gap as the 2 of Jack Schubert now does move wide to the outside. And we do appreciate some of our slower drivers do like to get out of the way and allow those top drivers to compete and give them the clean lanes that they need to try to do battle here, as these two are, with 1 minute, 51 seconds, plus 1 lap remaining here in this third and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights.
Well, Jack did a great job there, because the last thing you want to do is be the reason that the outcome of the race changed. You don't want to get in
Absolutely.
somebody's way. You want the fastest, best driver on this particular heat to win this heat. And right now, that's Mark Schmierbach.
Absolutely, but he knows he's got a rearview mirror full of the 12 of Shelby Love, still under 2 seconds behind the 35 of Schmierbach, about 3 boat lengths as they come out of turn number 2. Now she's staying on his outside hip. If you notice there watching live from our YouTube channel, she's just behind, just off the right side of the wash, staying out of that hard water and getting the optimal torque from her propeller in that clean water on the outside. But at some point, you got to imagine, Tim, she's going to have to go into the inside, go short way around the course to try to make up some ground.
Well, you do, because when they go into turn 1, you watch her. She's going to dive to the inside, and when she does, then she's got to go back to the outside down the back straightaway because she knows Mark's going to take the pin at turn number 3. So you can't run right behind the other driver because of the rooster tails. So you've got to be right to his hip and make it as close as you can so you're not running further.
Here we go. She dives down to the inside. She's trying to make a move because she knows she's got less than a minute plus 1 lap. Now the question is, right, we always want to pass a back marker on the straightaway. Looks like she might get into the wash of the 6 at JB Jensen. Now she's going to have to go back out to the outside. I have a feeling that Mark Schmierbach set that up just so that, hoping that would happen in the corner down there.
Well, that's a veteran driver right there. So he knows that he gets on the outside of JB. JB's going to hold his lane like he should. Did a great job, but that also puts Shelby on the outside of them both.
Right, absolutely. Now we see the white flag is out. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times for the driver out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, running for Pete's Inn. He's your points leader here in 2025. But nipping on his heels is that young woman in that number 12 Clover Construction Machine. There she's got to go through the wash again. Great move by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. I have a feeling, especially at Springfield, Ohio, and when we remember in Port Neches, Texas, that final lap, I've definitely seen things tighten up for the 35 of Schmierbach because she's gotten him a couple of times.
Well, I guarantee one person that didn't forget that is Mark Schmierbach.
Absolutely, and he didn't forget it at all. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag in heat number 3 here in Formula Lights out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, running for Pizza Inn, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. Finishing in second, the 12 of Shelby Love, and hopefully we'll see him, the 01 of Jake McKee's now down into turn number 3. Can he hang on and make it across the start-finish line on the final spot on the podium as he comes out of turn number 4, getting by, holding off the 66 of Randy Parchin, rounding out the top 3 out of the Redlands, California, that 01 McKee Racing. Signature Propellers, Clover Construction sponsor number 01 of Jake McKee. The real question is, what happened to the 1 of Spencer Love? He came off like a rocket off the start, and halfway down the back straightaway as they were fighting for that first corner, he all of a sudden just backed it off. I don't know if he lost another motor, but let's take a look at the final standings here in Formula Lights qualifying heat number 3. Again, Mark Schmierbach had a fantastic start. He started middle of the pack. He was able to get to the first pin out in front, and he ran that thing wire to wire, but less than 1 second behind him. She was all over him, and I think it would have been even closer given more time, and that's exactly what she's going to have the next time she's out on the water in that Formula Lights here in the Formula Light main event. But the 12 of Shelby Love finishing second, and then right behind her, the 01 of Jake McKee in third. Then it's the 66 of Randy Parch in fourth, followed by the 60 of Brandon Bobolick in fifth. And then it's the 2 of Jack Schubert in sixth, the 6 of J.B. Jensen in seventh. And again, the driver had to pull off on the opening lap. Formula One driver, the number 1 of Spencer Love. All right, well, we got, hopefully we're going to have a chance to chat with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. We sent Tim Siebold down there to have a conversation with the driver out of Wisconsin who is looking to hang on to a season's point lead that is extremely small. If we look at it right now, he has got a 66-point lead over the 24 of Shelby Love, and if she can win this weekend, that lead will absolutely shrink going into the final round, setting up a nail-biter here for the Formula Lights Championship on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series here in 2025. As you can see, we got a couple of the Formula One drivers, Formula One boats out on the water, and that's who's coming up next. The Formula One boat's going to be out on the water at speeds in excess of 115-plus miles an hour here at 5,000 feet above sea level as we progress through finals day here at Roar of the Rocky 2025. Here, the 5th round on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Again, we are a 6-race series. We started off in Port Neches, Texas in May. Then we headed to Shreveport, Louisiana at the end of May. And then we made our way to Alton, Illinois for round number 3. And then we went back to the great state of Texas in Marble Falls in early August for round 4. We're here in the great state of Colorado in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains in the North Range of Colorado for the Roar of the Rockies for round 5. And we're going to go back to Texas in October for the 6th and final round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, the battle on the San Jacinto, October 10th and 11th. But right now, we're going to send it down to the start dock as the 35 of Mark Schmierbach is with Tim Siebold. Take it away, Tim.
Right, we're down here with veteran driver Mark Schmierbach, winner of heat number 3. Mark, you had to use that pick there, that a total veteran move. Tell me about it.
Well, I saw it coming out of the turn and kind of smiled, put a big smile on my face. So I knew she couldn't crawl up the inside, so I ran right on the outside hip of the other person I was overtaking, and it worked great.
So with this horse that we have here, we got a longer run down to the first turn. So how are you going to set up for the final then with that long run, but then you got to have more gas in the boat to run the longer race in the final?
Well, that's going to be the tricky part of this course. Once we get back on the short course, it feels like a lead slug, but hopefully within 5 or 8 minutes it frees up, and I think everybody else is going to have the same trouble. So it's tricky to set up, that's for sure.
Well, you heard it right there from Mark Schmierbach. He knows how to take turns 1 and 2. He's staying outside into lane 2 or 3 on his entrance, and that's helping him keep up the corner speed.
All right, thanks, Tim. Great run there and a veteran move, absolutely, by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. But coming up next, we've got the Formula Ones on the water for their opening qualifying heat here on Sunday. We weren't able to get the the second one in yesterday, so only 2 qualifying heats here for the Formula One. Roar of the Rockies. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. But right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the final qualifying heat of the Formula One class here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find more on the legendary Seabold family at SeaboldSports.com. 303 ProLift promises to deliver professional expertise, exceptional customer service, and the highest quality crane service possible. One of the most trusted crane service companies in Colorado, they strive to maintain the highest standards while exceeding your expectations at all levels. Not only honoring commitments, but delivering nothing but the best, creating a successful client relationship that allows them to meet and exceed the goals of each of their projects. Love to mail and copy? Well, located in Windsor, Colorado, Mail and Copy provides all your home and business print services. With walk-in services available for any of your printing or copy needs, they also offer large format printing for signs and banners for your business or any special occasion. Serving the greater Windsor community for over 25 years, Mail and Copy. A fantastic title sponsor here in 2025 at Roar of the Rockies, TST Incorporated Consulting Engineers. Operating in northern Colorado for more than 40 years, TST is a professional team of talented individuals who believe in collaboration and turning ideas into constructed reality. Through decades of project experience in both the public and private sectors, they are able to understand the concerns of the community as well as developers. TST turns their clients' vision into reality by providing value-added engineering solutions, being experts in community design and development, as well as specializing in complex projects where innovative solutions are key to the project's success. All right, we are back. Thanks so much to all our fantastic sponsors here at the Roar of the Rockies 2025 whether they are our series sponsors or the unbelievable local sponsors. From the bottom of my heart and everybody on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, thank you so much, all the fantastic sponsors of Roar of the Rockies here in 2025. And while we've got the Formula Ones getting out on the water and getting lined up, for those of you who weren't able to join us yesterday on our YouTube channel, for those of you here locally who weren't able to be here yesterday, or if you want to see a lot more of an intimate look at what is a Formula One powerboat, well, we've got a great piece here with our managing director, Tim Siebold, on what it all takes to go 120-plus miles an hour here on the shores of Pelican Lakes.
Hi, my name's Tim Siebold, managing director of the F1 Powerboat Championship. I want to talk to you and show you what a Formula One boat is. This is our custom-made Formula One outboard. This hull has a catamaran design which traps air underneath the bottom of the boat, so you fly this boat as much as you drive it. You can see the tunnel in the bottom, and it helps lift the boat to give it the extreme performance that you see out on the water. They're very agile because minimum weight with the driver is only 1,175 pounds. Now add on top of that 265 horse engine, and that's going to get you from 0 to 100 in 5 seconds. So when a Formula One boat is running properly, you will trim it out, coming out of the corner, pack as much air underneath the tunnel as you can to lift the boat up to get it to accelerate. As you're picking up speed, you need to level the boat off and keep it on the water by trimming it down. When you're running at its maximum, there's only a foot of the boat in the water. When you come up to the turn, you trim it down, wet more of the running surface, pull a 7G corner, and you're immediately on the out button, trimming it up again to get the performance. Now, there is nothing stock about this boat. It is custom made, all infused carbon fiber. Our biggest concerns on the series is the driver safety. This particular boat has got a driver safety cell made out of infused carbon fiber, space age materials for lightweight. This boat also has an airbag system. So if it were to go over and the driver's knocked out, a balloon comes out of this top section while the puffs on the back of the deck pop up, and it'll sink the back and float the driver out of the water until the safety crew can come and assist him. Data acquisition, so you know exactly what's going on with the fuel system, the engine, the boat, all simultaneously while you're trying to keep this thing on the water. It's a crazy amount of energy that you've got in here, but the thing I've always said is it's sustained concentration that you have to have. It's not like a football player where you're up for a play and then you get a chance to rest. You got to be on your toes, totally focused for the entire race. 17 minutes plus 1 lap.
All right, well, we've got most of our drivers out on the water here, and let's take a look back, Tim, on qualifying yesterday. Boy, we had some interesting stuff go on. We had the one-lap qualifiers changing things up a little bit from our normal group qualifying and for our fast lap qualifiers, and we saw some really tight speeds. What surprised me was even at altitude, those guys that chose to stay with that 2.5-liter package really laid down some pretty solid lap times. They were, less than half a second, maybe 3/4 of a second off the top speed. Surprised me quite a bit here considering we're at 5,000 feet.
Well, today will even be better because with the cool weather, and you're going to make more horsepower today than you did yesterday. So this plays into the hands of the two-stroke guys. So what they're always banking on is they're trying to accelerate quick. So they're going to try and get off that start dock faster than the 4 strokes in order to give them enough room where they can lead them around here on the first lap. Now, that also is a little bit of a gets a little messy down in 1 and 2.
Absolutely.
Because when all the boats leave the start dock, all the wash from all the boats is going to be in 1 and 2 on that first lap. So you've got to really watch yourself going into 1 and 2 on the first lap, because otherwise you'll skid out, spin out, or flip over.
Absolutely, we saw that yesterday, both in the fast lap qualifiers with the 92 of Dean Comer, and then if you remember there, the first heat of yesterday, the 93 of R.J. West out in front and spun out down there, because that is a very hard turn. Not only you got the wash, but turn one seems to me like it is definitely the hardest or angled turn here on the entire course on Pelican Lakes.
It is the tightest turn on the course. Couple that with the fact of everybody starting and all the waves being over there. That's why you're going to see some of these guys on lap 1. They're going to be lane 2 or lane 3 off the pin, and they're going to try and soften that up a little bit so they don't have to turn so hard.
Absolutely, especially considering the only place where we don't have a really good shoreline to dissipate the waves is the one cement wall down at the far end of the course where the start dock was last year, and that's going to create some even bigger waves bouncing off that bulkhead back into turns 1 and 2. And so that's really seems to me like if you're going to make your moves, that's the 2 turns to do it in. Turns 3 and 4 are there to kind of set you up for the other end of the course.
That's the passing zone right there for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we've got them out there running their hot laps. We've got, again, 2 different motor packages here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, both a 2.5-liter 2-stroke and the 4.8-liter V6 or V8 4-stroke. And, Tim, we talk a little bit about, before we get these guys lined up, about how important it is to keep the equality of the 2 different motor packages so we can give our drivers options but still give a level playing field.
Well, what we want to do is we don't want to eliminate anybody from coming racing. So the guys with the 2.5, 2-stroke packages that have raced them for years, look, they're still in there. And then we've got the new Apex 250, that's our future. And the guys that want to go that direction, they can. The other thing that's so valuable for us is the fact that for the future of our sport, to get new blood in to our sport, we have got to have a package that somebody can go right to your local Mercury dealer, buy that engine, get a boat, put it together, and not have to be Ron Anderson, one of the greatest mechanics ever on 2-strokes. You don't have to be him. You can go out, you can race it, it self-adjusts, and that's the beauty of the Apex Mercury.
Imagine what it would have been like if you, in the heyday of your career, if you would have had an ability to put a motor on the back that you didn't have to spend hours and hours tuning and tearing apart and putting back together. How much less stress would you have had, and how much more focus would you have been able to have on other things if you would have had that at your fingertips?
It's a game changer. It really is, because you're not spending all that time, effort, and money on a motor blowing up. So it's very good. We're really happy with the package we have right now. We've got a lot of parity in them. You're going to see that today. And I got to tell you, I'm excited for this next heat.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be fantastic, especially the way we do it, right? Most unique in all of motorsports. If you win qualifying heat number 1, now we're going to tell you, okay, sure, you can win from out front, but can you go through the field and still pull off a checkered flag? We've seen it done. It doesn't happen very often, but it really puts together for a dynamic show here in qualifying, and it really gives you an idea of all the different skills that a driver has to have to be one of the top drivers here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Yeah, you got to be versatile, because
Absolutely.
If you're not, you can only run the course one way, which is pin to pin. Well, guess what? That's not the best way, especially when somebody is in your way on your line.
Right.
So you've got to adjust, and the water, this is fluid, so the water adjusts. The water's different every single lap. The wind, you've got to be able to read the water, because you've got wind swirling around the hills and through the trees. So there's a lot going on in that cockpit, and you're constantly trimming. The Formula One boat, you are driving the boat, but you're flying it as much as you're driving it. So you're driving it with the steering wheel, you're driving it with the foot throttle, and then you're driving it with the trim. So you're trimming the boat up and down constantly to get that optimal angle for the speed you're going.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be able to dial in all those different components throughout the race here in this final qualifying heat in Formula One. And let's take a look at our reverse order of points here, starting lineup for qualifying heat number 2 here in Formula One. Again, reverse order of points on the pole. The man from Richmond, Texas, running for JH Performance Boats in that chartreuse and black composite craft, number 99 of Travis Yates. Coming second off the start pontoon, running for Maskell's Collision and Glass, as well as locally here for GHL Construction out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, number 22, Kyle Maskell. Third off the start pontoon, those of you here in Water Valley, you're going to know this name. He's a part of the Jensen Racing team. He's out of Windsor, Colorado, running for Island Lake Marine. And Water Valley, number 29, Jared Jensen. Fourth off the start pontoon, your defending champion, the 01 of Dustin Terry. In fifth, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in that Ray Bob's Seasoning PCL Construction. In sixth, the 13 of Grant Schubert. Seventh, the 24 of Spencer Love. Eighth, the 52 of Chris Rinker. And ninth, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. All right, looking for Chief Referee Doug Ray, giving him the thumbs up. Here we go. We are coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Can the 99 of Travis Yates find that inside line all the way down through the middle of the course, all the way down to turn 3 and get out in front early? Or will it be the 22 of Kyle Maskell? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. This young driver, after some rough blowovers in testing before our first round, has really started to figure it out here in 25, coming third off the dock. Will it be the 29 of Jared Jensen? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will our defending series champion be able to come off from fourth off the dock and get to that pin early? Or will it be that man right there, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, as we're going to have some live onboard camera? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Could it be the 13 of Grant Schubert or the 24 of Spencer Love? What about the 52 of Chris Rinker? He's your points leader coming into Aurora of the Rockies. Let's see who's going to finish it up here in qualifying heat number 2. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. The flag is up. As he drops the flag, they light him and go firing. Great jump there by the 22 of Maskell and the 29 of Jared Jensen. But watch out, that all black, purple and gold trim, flash lighting, Story Path Creative 01 of Dustin Terry is screaming fast, as well as he's side by side with the 29 of Jared Jensen as they go down into turn number 3. Look at Jensen, goes pin to pin. Oh no, the 22 of Kyle Maskell spins out down there just off of turn number 3. And now as they get out of 4, the 29 of Jared Jensen is going to be doing battle side by side with the 01 of Dustin Terry as they come across the start-finish line. Who's going to get it down in the corner? Boy, Tim, the 01 of Dustin Terry is absolutely screaming coming down the front stretch.
Oh, he had the outside line carrying a lot of speed. Jared, fantastic start, but he had to bury it in the corner, which gave Dustin just a little bit of an edge on acceleration.
Absolutely. Sometimes is it better to be in that second or third spot so you don't have to hit it so tight in that first round on the opening lap off the dock?
That's exactly right, because what the guy will do on the outside is he'll pinch you down, leave you room, but then he'll make you scrub all your speed off.
And that looks like it happened there. Now the 01 flash lighting. Story Path Creative of Dustin Terry's out in front trying to keep the 29 of Jared Jensen and the 13 of Grant Schubert behind him. And we got the 4-stroke followed by 2 2-strokes here in qualifying heat number 2 as the 01 of Dustin Terry continues to motor down the back straightaway. He's got about an 8-boat length lead over the 29 of Jared Jensen. Jensen goes tight to the pin there. Can he make up ground going pin to pin? He's going to need to find somehow, some way to close the gap over him and the 01 of Dustin Terry as he comes screaming down the front stretch. But boy, Tim, 2 strokes in second and third with the 4-stroke, the lone boat on the podium. Heck, second, third, and fourth. You are definitely right that 2.5 seems like it's got a little bit more punch here with today's weather.
It does. The 2 strokes are running good, but, you also got the fast 4 strokes that were on. Dylan was on the second, very at the tail of
Absolutely.
it. And he had to go way outside. Him and Chris are starting to come through the pack, but look at Grant Schubert. We talked last night. I talked with Grant. We talked about what line to run, and he made a prop switch between yesterday and today.
Boy, and it looks like it's doing him some benefit as he's really starting to close the gap on the 29 of Jared Jensen. It looks like we're going to have a side-by-side battle with those two, but right now everybody's trying to catch the 01 of Dustin Terry. As he continues to push through turns 3 and 4 down on the north end of the course. He goes wide out of turn number 4 into lane number 3. Lays the nose down on that 8PX. 4.6 liter V8 4-stroke on the back of that Hoffman Formula 1 composite. This is a place where the 01 of Dustin Terry has been very comfortable. He won last year in 2024. Can he do it again here in 25? He's coming in second in points, but look at the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's got that thing dialed in and dancing. He's come screaming down the front stretch through turns 1 and 2. And boy, even the 2 strokes, it seems down here on the south end of the course, Tim, like to go out a lane or 2 because it is so tight down there.
Well, you got Jeremiah Mayo, Chris Rinker. They're in the battle for the championship. So, they've got to really, really get these points.
Absolutely.
So Jeremiah cannot let Chris get around him.
Absolutely not. Yeah, we got 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th here in this qualifying heat are your top 4 points in the 2025 series season standings. You can see here comes the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, and he's going to go down in tight. And one thing I think the two-strokes have as well is they're able to move and really scrub up that water. It seems like the two-strokes got quite a few more lane choices than the four-strokes do because of some of the tight turns here in Water Valley.
You do, and you're going to notice in 1 and 2, you are not going to turn inside Jeremiah Mayo.
Absolutely
it's
not.
It's not going to happen.
No, he's going to Lynn Simberger him all day down there on the south end of the course.
He is going to put that thing everywhere, but it'll be in lane 1.
Absolutely, and Jeremiah is one of those drivers that really likes to fly the boat. We talked a little bit earlier this weekend, Tim, about some guys like a very controlled, precise drive like a 9 of Johnny Fleming. But, boy, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, he's a wild man out there on the water. He really pushes that thing absolutely on the ragged edge. Every second he's on the water.
Dustin's looking fantastic out front. He's controlling the race. He's running the line he wants. And I'll tell you who's not being able to run the line he wants is Chris Rinker. Because he's got Dylan Anderson right on his rooster tail.
But he's also got the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo basically coming off the exit turn in lane 1, going out to lane 5, and then back to lane 1. So he has 0 clean water throughout the circuit. Oh, look out there. He almost barrel rolled it coming out of turn 1.
Yeah, because he had to try and go inside Jeremiah to block Dylan from getting on the inside, and he skipped out.
Absolutely.
Exactly what we were talking about.
Absolutely, he did. He almost put it over, but it seems like he kind of laid into it, and here comes the 13. Is that the 13 of Grant Schubert sitting there? He's really starting to close the gap on the 29 of Jensen.
Well, they're going back and forth. He makes a little headway, and then after that he doesn't. One thing we talked about is starting your turning apex a little bit outside so you go across that rough water straight rather than turning on it. And that's what Grant's doing right now, and it's working.
Absolutely. That's something I remember from my childhood. Your father, Bill Siebold, really liked to kind of slot it in as he was going into the corner, so he really came flat and smooth. And it seemed like as soon as he turned the boat, like you said earlier, he was on the up button. He was gone before he even got out of the turn.
That's right. And everybody was always amazed how quick he could get out of the corners.
But
that's why he was the master.
Absolutely, right? And there's a lot of people that have tried to emulate over the years, probably not as well as he was able to do it. But right now, the man who's trying to emulate the 2024 season here at Roar of the Rockies is the 01 of Dustin Terry. He's out in front, and he's really put some room between him and the 29 of Jared Jensen. But Jensen's got to worry so much about Schubert because he is all over him. Those two are going back and forth, battling all afternoon here in this final qualifying heat here in Formula One.
Now it's a great race, they're having some fun out there. I almost wish I was young enough to go back out there.
The person who's probably not having as much fun as he would like is the 52 of Rinker because he's got Dylan Anderson all over him, because he's trying to catch the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He knows the guys that are right on top of him in points and are trying to knock him off that top spot are all over him. As you can see, we've got basically about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds between 3rd and 6th position here in this second qualifying heat here in Formula One.
They're so evenly matched. It's a 120-mile-an-hour chess game out there right now.
Absolutely, and that's what we're looking for on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, right? No matter the motor package that you have, no matter the setup that you prefer, you can come out here and do battle with some of the top drivers across the world here in Formula One. And boy, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he has been all over the course, but Rinker is not giving him an inch.
They're not. They're battling tooth and nail. And Chris really has that more turning down in 1 and 2.
Absolutely. So we are under 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining here. Oh, no, looks like the 99 of Travis Yates slowing down a little bit. Him and the 22 of Kyle Maskell getting it down on the south end of the course. And now our leader, the 1 of Dustin Terry, he's going to catch him now. That's not going to probably be a big deal now. But, boy, in that final, getting into those back markers could completely change what happens in the main event later on this afternoon. And
for some of these drivers, they're figuring out what the other drivers, look, Dylan Anderson got by Chris Rinker.
I don't know what happened. We were with our leader at the point. That must have happened down on the north end of the course, which is surprising. But the 17 of Dylan Anderson able to get by the 52 of Chris Rinker and move himself up into 5th position. There we see white flag come out for our leader. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times for the 01 of Austin Terry. The 17 of Dylan Anderson. Can he catch the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo? He is on an absolute tear right now. After that round 1 mishap, he has been a mission of his to do whatever is necessary to get on the top spot in the points, and he is putting in the work here as we see him go out of turns 3 and 4. But now our leader, the 01 of Dustin Terry, he's coming out of turn number 4. He goes wide to the outside, puts it back on its tail now, lays the nose down, 110, 115, 120 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, taking qualifying heat number 2 here in Formula 1, number 1, Dustin Terry. Hanging on for a well-fought battle. The 29 of Jared Jensen and Island Lake Marine finishing second. Right behind him, the 13 of Grant Schubert in third. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in fourth. The 17 of Dylan Anderson in fifth. The 52 of Chris Rinker in sixth. The 24 of Spencer Love in seventh. The 22 of Kyle Maskell in eighth. And the 99 of Travis Yates rounding out the field here in ninth. What a great run by the 01 of Dustin Terry. Boy, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with here in 2025. And there's our top spot. Look at that, 1.296 seconds. Grant Schubert was behind the 29 of Jared Jensen. Just a couple of seconds behind him was Mayo. And then you can see there, look at that, 0.2 of a second between the 17 of Dylan Anderson and the 52 of Chris Rinker. And how about that move by Dylan Anderson? Out of nowhere with just a couple of laps remaining, he pulls a rabbit out of the hat and is able to slide by the 52 of Chris Rinker down on the north end of the course, and valuable points because remember, the drivers in second, third, and fourth all beat the 52 of Chris Rinker, and our drivers all get points for qualifying. So that means that 13-point gap may have now completely evaporated from first to third. Well, these drivers are all over each other in the point standings. And if you want to find more about our point standings, if you want to see our live timing, or if you want to vote for your favorite driver, check it all out at Formula One. PowerboatChampionship.com. You can find us on all the social media platforms, F1 Powerboat Racing, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. And you can get some fantastic content as well as all the updates on all our races throughout the 2025 season. But a great run there by the Dustman out of Houma, Louisiana, running for Story Path Creative. He had a great run there. Jared Jensen in that Island Lake Marine machine, a definite improvement. This young driver blew over his normal boat, but in testing before the opening round of 2025, he had to sit out round 2, acquired a new boat for round number 3, and that's the boat he's in now. And that thing has really boosted the confidence of that young driver here in 2025, and he's doing some absolutely fantastic stuff. And I would watch out for that young driver in 2026 because he could really be a force to be reckoned with, that's for sure. The 01 of Dustin Terry's out of the cockpit in just a moment here. Our managing director, Tim Siebold, and my announcing partner this afternoon is going to be joining the 01 of Dustin Terry and seeing what it was like out there to get out early and run that thing wire to wire after a fantastic start that put him out in front. Well, let's send it down right now to Tim Siebold as he's with our winner, the 01 of Dustin Terry. Take it away, Tim.
All right, we're down here with the heat winner of the Formula One at Roar of the Rockies, the Dustman. How'd it feel out there?
Man, it felt great. Today is a beautiful day. It was nice and smooth, and those guys were fighting like hell with each other. And so it was too. I don't want to say too easy because it's never easy, but with them fighting like they were, Grant was giving Jensen a tough time, and Jeremiah shutting down Chris
and Dylan.
Well, it just goes to show I was watching the whole entire thing. And so it was good, man. Congrats to Jensen on getting up in the top spot. And, man, and what a day to have a legend interviewing me now. I mean, I'm on cloud 9.
Hey, so let's talk about the start. I thought you were going to be the first one down there. It didn't quite light how you wanted it to, but you were in a good position because you were outside. You could use your speed. Coming down the front straightaway, you and Jared, man, that was tight.
Yeah, it was one of those things that we all kind of talked, a bunch of us drivers, and we're like, look, let's respect each other. Let's give each other room. And I left him a little bit too much room, and he stuck it in there, and so he almost made me pay for it, man. So I had to get a little tight and say, all right, enough of that. You know, the champ's here, and it's time to back down a little bit.
That's right. Dustin Terry finished second last year. This year, he wants number one.
All right, well, with a run like that, if he can repeat that in our 17-minute plus one lap main event, Tim, he will absolutely have a fantastic shot at being the winner of the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. So our starting lineup is set for Formula One. Our starting lineup is set for Formula Lights. We've got one more qualifying heat at Texas Trihull before they lock in their starting lineup for their main event. But what a fantastic day of racing so far. Battles all over the course. And no spot is safe in any of our classes. And we're going to keep rolling through here right after this from a few words from our sponsors here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
PCL Construction. From small renovations to complex billion-dollar projects, from sports arenas to water treatment plants and petrochemical facilities, PCL has you covered. They redefine full service and bring expertise across all project types and at all scales under all procurement models. As innovative solution providers and construction specialists, they leverage their expertise to customize the right approach for your project to exceed your expectations collaboratively and driven with innovation. They are focused on finding the best way forward and elevating your vision of success. PCL Construction. Seaway Marine, the Formula Light sponsor here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry. With decades of experience, Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. 425-412-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com. Miller Landscape and Lawn Maintenance proudly served Larimer County, Colorado for over 14 years, establishing itself as the region's preferred landscaping company. Whether you're looking to transform your backyard into a tranquil oasis, need regular lawn care to keep your property looking pristine, or require dependable snow removal services, find Larimer County's chosen landscaping company, Miller Landscaping. One of our title sponsors here at 2025 Roar of the Rockies, TrueMark Homes. Immersed in exquisite natural landscapes, your lifestyle in northern Colorado communities is adventurous as it is comfortable. For the urbanites and the one with nature types, no place could offer more. Fill your days with what thrills you, what fulfills you, and return to a home that helps you thrive seamlessly. Live conveniently with close proximity to downtown Denver and daring outdoor experiences right around the corner. It's really that simple, thanks to TrueMark Homes, an award-winning builder expanding communities across northern Colorado and the Denver metro area.
Hey. All right, race fans, welcome back here while we get our Texas trihulls lined up for their fourth and final qualifying heat. We're doing just fine here, hanging out, enjoying the rest of these guys get in the water. But for those of you joining us from our YouTube channel, we got a couple of fun pieces that you may or may not have seen before. Let's take a look at how these drivers choose to do the fun things in their off time when they're not on the water. We call it this or that.
Netflix.
Oh man, Netflix.
Hulu. Apple. Spotify. Pandora.
Spotify.
Apple Music all the way.
Spotify. Night Owl.
Neither.
Night Owl. Early riser and a night owl.
Night owl.
Both. Night Owl.
Ooh, both.
Night owl.
Pizza.
Tacos.
Both. Well, if you made a pizza taco, that'd be cool. Pizza.
Tacos.
Pizza. That's for the late nights.
Both.
Lake racing.
Lake racing.
Lakes. Lake racing all day.
Legs.
Lake.
Ooh, river racer. I like to get down and log jump.
Lake racing.
Lake racing.
Both.
Oh, Thomas Hardy Yarborough. But K really.
Oh, okay.
I'm not answering that one.
Tommy boy.
Tommy, for sure.
Thomas Yarborough.
Thomas. Sorry, K-Dub.
Both.
Oh, don't make me choose. That's rude. I love you both.
Cereal is soup? Absolutely not.
As far as I'm concerned, it is.
No.
Is cereal a soup? I mean, yeah, I guess technically so.
No.
No, it's not.
No, of course not.
No.
A soup? No. It's a grain.
Oh, let's see. A crab probably has like maybe 8 legs.
I have not a clue.
6.
I think 8.
I have no idea. I don't see them when we're flying by at 120 miles an hour.
6. 8.
8.
Ooh, crab. I'm going 8. That's a great number, by the way.
Fruit that starts with B. That's tough. Why can't I think of that? Banana. No, but banana was a fruit for a second.
Banana. Is that a vegetable?
B. Blueberry. Jason's bananas.
Banana.
Is there a fruit that starts with a B?
B. Banana.
Banana.
You know I'm from the city, so we don't play with goats too much down in California. I don't know what a guy. I don't.
Oh, that's tough. Something like that.
Bleat, right? Spell like that? Ba. Goat?
A goat?
Man, it bows. Ba.
The fainting goat.
Blackie? Jason. Because he does that all the time.
Zipper.
Ooh. Corky.
Flipper.
Oh, man. Flipper, of course.
Lazarus.
Oh, can't do flipper. That's too typical. I don't know. Bobber.
Here you go, 8-ball. Will I have a debris-free weekend? Very successful.
Without a doubt. It is definitely so.
Outlook, not so good.
Outlook good.
My sources say no.
You may rely on it.
Very doubtful. I think this thing is lying.
Yes! Outlook good. 8 ball. Will I win the Alton Midwest Nationals? Outlook good.
Yes. Yes, definitely.
Without a doubt, baby.
Outlook not so good. I don't like this ball.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Very doubtful. I'm not liking this thing.
Yes.
Don't count on it. I'm okay with it. That don't mean nothing.
Am I going to be the fastest one out there? Outlook good.
Better not tell you now.
Don't count on it. We'll see.
As I see it, yes.
Better not tell now.
It is certain.
As I see it, yes.
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
All right, race fans. Hey, sound, turn me back up. All right, race fans, welcome back here as we are just moments from getting underway here with the final qualifying heat in Texas Trihull. Again, they go first to worst and then worst to first here in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Let's take a look at our starting lineup for this final qualifying heat here in Texas Trihull. Here at the start, the 99 of Devin Brown's going to the inside of row 1. On the outside of row 1, the 52 of Mason Rinker. Then on the inside of row 2, the 69 of Cole Waring. On the outside of row 2, the 17 of Neil Marsh. Right behind him on the inside of row 3, the winner from qualifying heat number 3, the 12 of Jack Schubert. Then on the outside of row 3, the 26 of Briston Sherman. Then in 7th position here in this 2x2 on the inside of row 4, that's the 10 of Tanner Rinker. In 8th, the 93 of J.B. Jensen. And then it's the 13 of Grant Schubert in 9th, followed by our rookie, Evan LaBeouf. Stepping into for the 03 of Austin Terry, rounding out this 10-boat field here on the shores of Pelican Lakes, the beautiful Water Valley communities here in Windsor, Colorado, as they've got it sweeping all the way down the far end of the course. And we're going to get ready to roll here as he peels it out of the Formula One course, turn number 4. They're 2x2. Look at them bouncing there. They are going to churn up the water here on Pelican Lakes. And it is going to be a rough one out there. Who's going to get the clean water? Who's going to come out in front? And can the person who gets out early run this thing all the way to the checkered flag here and secure those points that are so important to try to find inside of row 1. Here we go. He drops the flag, and we're underway here in Texas Trihull. It looks like the 52 of Mason Rinker is able to get a good run from the outside on the 99 of Devin Brown. But then the 17 of Neil Marsh, look at him. He's moving up into 3rd position, getting by the 69 of Cole Waring as they go down in the first turn of the race. Ooh, the 99 of Devin Brown got real bogged down there, tight in the turn. Boy, that really gave the 52 of Mason Rinker exactly what he was looking for. Man, he was able to jump out quick early, but look at the 26 of Briston Sherman and the 17 of Neil Marsh, along with the 99 of Devin Brown, going 3 wide down into turn number 2.
You can see those 2 strokes taking it real tight on the inside, and then Briston on the outside has a little top-end speed on him, and that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to carry that speed through the corner and then pull him on top end at the very end.
Absolutely.
Now that's a little wide, though.
For sure. The 17 of Neil Marsh now has moved his way up into 2nd position. And, boy, he is a dangerous driver. If he can find some clean water, Tim, you're definitely going to see that 17 of Neil Marsh hunting down our leader, the 52 of Mason Rinker, here in this 7-lap final qualifying heat here in Texas Trihull, as he's already been to move away from the 69 of Cole Waring, who's now moved up into 3rd, doing battle with his teammate Briston Sherman. And then we've got our series points leaders and the 2nd place boat, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, the 13 of Grant Schubert, are getting together already, banging down the front stretch.
That's your championship battle right there at the moment. But then you have Tanner's brother, Mason, out front, just taking it nice and easy.
Looking to play spoiler here this weekend. Missed a couple of rounds, so he's down in points for the season standings. But, hey, he wouldn't mind bringing home a trophy and screwing up the point standings going into the final race, that's for sure.
Well, he's taken some races off for work, but he wants to come back and say, look, I should be at the top of the pile too.
Right. The only reason you guys are ahead of me is just because I wasn't there, right?
That's right. And then you got Neil Marsh who's won it, the last 3 years in a row?
Your three-time defending champion. It's the first time in a long time he hasn't been on the top of the points heap, and he's trying to do everything he can. Look out there, Grant Schubert. He's all over the 26 of Briston Sherman, but right there, the 52 of Mason Rinker's out in front, trying to run away from the field here. The 69 of Cole Waring sitting in third. And how about that? What a great job by Cole Waring. He was able to pull away from the 26 of Briston Sherman, but now he sees his teammate, the 13 of Grant Schubert, all over his rearview mirror, and he knows he's going to have to run perfect lines to keep that hard-charging young driver behind him here in Texas Tri-Hull.
Well, you see Grant Schubert pushing Briston out wide and their teammates. That allows Tanner to come up the inside and pass his teammate.
Well, hey. We've told there are no racing or team orders on the Outlaw F1 team in any way, shape, or form. They will definitely race each other harder than they'll probably race any of the other competitors out there.
They're proving that right now.
Absolutely, the 13 of Grant Schubert and the 10 of Tanner Rinker now getting by the 26 of Briston Sherman. He washes him down on the north end of the course. There you see the 17 of Neil Marsh come off. That's your second place boat. Then the 69 of Cole Waring. He's got to watch out because he sees the 13 of Grant Schubert on his outside hip, and he's got to do everything he can to try to keep that young driver behind him as well as they continue to do battle here. 2 laps remaining in this 7-lap Texas Tri-Hull final qualifying heat. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert now looking to eyeball up the 69 of Cole Waring as they go down into the front stretch. 1 lap remaining. White flag is out for our leader, the 52 of Mason Rinker. Oh, no, the 10 of Rinker goes down in turn number 1 on the north end, 2 on the north end of the course. That's got to be frustrating for the young driver out of Texas.
He turned it too hard and he got prop cavitation.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about prop cavitation once we wrap this thing up. Oh, no, we had another spin out down there at the north end of the course. That's J.B. Jensen. But here comes our leader, the 52 of Mason Rinker, wide to the outside hip of the rookie, Evan LaBeouf. LaBeouf pushing him way to the outside and just absolutely hoses him down. But coming out of turn number 2, ladies and gentlemen, taking the final qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull, number 52, Mason Rinker. Then it's the 17 of Neil Marsh, and just ran out of room, rounding out the podium, the 69 of Cole Waring in third. What a great run there by the 52 of Mason Rinker. But how about the battles from second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth? The 17 of Neil Marsh had the 69 of Cole Waring all over him. And then right behind him, the rest of those drivers from all the way down to 6 were battling their butts off in this final qualifying heat, trying to grab as many extra points as they possibly could to try to secure the best starting position for the main event here in Texas Tri-Hull a little bit later on this afternoon. Look at that, 4.29 seconds was Marsh behind Rinker. In third, again, the 69 of Cole Waring, followed in fourth by the 13 of Grant Schubert. Then it's the 26 of Briston Sherman in fifth. The 10 of Tanner Rinker spinning out down there on the final turn of the race, shuffles all the way back to sixth position. Then the 7 in seventh, the 12 of Jack Schubert. In eighth, the 93 of J.B. Jensen. In ninth, the 3 of Evan LaBeouf is able to get by the 99 of Devin Brown, who continues to struggle in that all-black Snap-on tool-sponsored Texas Tri-Hull. Boy, what a great run it was there for the 52 of Mason Rinker. He's got to feel real good after having to take a couple of races off due to work commitments sending him to Singapore for 2+ months. He is here to prove to everybody the only reason that both me and my brother Tanner aren't duking it out for the title shot is because I had to forfeit 2 rounds here in 2025. But hey, when you're a young kid just coming out of college and you get a great job and they tell you we're sending you to Singapore for 2 months, guess what you do? You get on a plane and you go to Singapore for 2 months. But he's excited to be back. I was talking to him last night. He's really chomping at the bit. He was killing him while he was sitting in Singapore in the middle of the night watching us race on weekends while, maybe some of the friends he had met over there are out having fun. Mason's back in his apartment that they got for him in Singapore watching Powerboat racing, just killing him that his brother's out there absolutely crushing it, winning 3 straight races, and he was only able to watch from afar. Hopefully we get a chance to chat with our winner here from qualifying heat number 2. We're going to send things down to Tim Siebold as he's with the 52 of Mason Rinker. Oh, sorry about that. Looks like we're not quite ready for that. That's my fault. I do apologize, but hopefully we're going to get a chance to chat with the 52 of Mason Rinker. And what's really going to be interesting is the points shake-up here. The 10 of Tanner Rinker was so close to catching
the 13 at Grant Schubert for our season point standings. Let's take a look at those season standings right now before we get into that interview. Grant Schubert came in this weekend with 1,024. Tanner Rinker, 944. Briston Sherman, 917. Neil Marsh, 904. So 120 points. And you get way more of that in one race weekend. Separate first to fourth. And the man on the mic right now that's been joining Tim Siebold is the man that's looking to play spoiler this weekend with a fantastic run here in the final qualifying heat. Let's chat with Mason Rinker. Take it away, Tim.
Mason, the Rinkers are no stranger to the top spot on the podium. You took your brother's boat, put it out front after you being gone. Is that a little bit of a statement for the rest of these tri-hull drivers?
Well, we got a bunch of good boats out here, and whenever you can get out front, take that first turn cleanly in open water, it's game over after that. Sunday stroll.
That's right. You made it look easy, and when you're racing against the competition like you had here today, you could pick where you wanted to go, and that's so important when you're coming up on lap traffic.
Being able to pick your own lanes, having that clean water, it's huge. You can make the best turns, chase the perfect lap. Coming up on the lap traffic there at the end, but I was able to hold them off till the end, so we're good.
Yeah, and it never hurts to get one up on your brother either, does it?
Feels good.
There you go.
All right, thanks, Tim. Well, now joining me, another one of our longtime fantastic sponsors. Joining me now, Jesse Kaufman from 303 Pro Lift. Boy, you guys have been running the cranes here at Roar of the Rockies since we got this whole thing started a couple of decades ago. What has it been like to be such a long-standing partner with Water Valley, with the Roar of the Rockies, Island Lake Marine, and everybody here that puts on this fantastic event?
Well, I got to tell you, the first thing is you've got the best seats in the house, man. This is the first time in 15 years I've stood over here at the start-finish line, and I'm a little jealous. Your seats are pretty good. I don't know if I'm headed back to my tent after this.
Well, I found that, they need to make sure that the guy that's announcing the race can see the whole race course. So you're right. I am quite lucky that we get the best seat in the house. But you're more than welcome to hang out down here with us for the rest of the afternoon. But, boy, you guys have been partnered with these folks here for many, many years. What's it like for 303 Pro Lift to be a part of this fantastic event?
Well, we love being here, and we appreciate the opportunity to come out and support this great sport. A little bit of background, when my sister and I were kids, my dad came up in this sport. So he was one of the guys. He used to race back with the Siebold's. My sister and I spent a lot of time in our childhood at the Lake Havasu Classic down at the races.
Sounds like we had similar childhoods.
That's right, sir. We've probably been in the same venue a time or two. So it was a natural evolution as the Jensens became involved in this event to have us come out here and supply our services as well. So we look forward to it every year. We make a big event out of it, and we just love being a part of this great gathering.
Not to mention, it's got to be the real question is how hard do your crane operators fight to be able to be the person who gets to hoist the boats in all weekend long? I can imagine that's a coveted spot at 303 Pro Lift.
As long as we make sure that there's cold beverages and they're getting paid their overtime, everybody's happy.
Well, we really appreciate you guys here. It makes it so much easier. You know, they've got a fantastic ramp here, but when you're trying to get this many boats in and out of the water, ramps just don't seem to cut it. So we're so happy that you've been able to work with the event here and provide us not one, but two cranes to be able to load the Formula Ones and the Formula Whites in the water. It's really one of those integral services that allow us to stay on schedule at any race. And I can tell you that there are very drastic differences between different crane companies and their ability to assist us on our race weekend. And I got to say that you and your guys are probably some of the best I've seen in a very, very long time. They're efficient. They get them in and out, and they know exactly what they're doing. You can definitely tell they are a bunch of seasoned crane operators.
Really appreciate that compliment. We try hard at 303 Pro Lift. We always say that our number one job is to provide customer service to everybody that calls us. It's our top priority. We look forward to providing that service that you just described to anybody else that needs us.
Well, fantastic, sir. Well, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much, Jesse, and good luck with everything over at 303 Pro Lift. Hopefully we see you back here hoisting boats in the water in 2026.
For as long as you'll have us, brother. Thank you.
That is the man, Jesse Kaufman from 303 Pro Lift. Again, he grew up in boat racing like a lot of us did, and I can imagine he's super excited to be back and involved here at Roar of the Rockies for numerous years and hopefully continue for a few more years for sure, hopefully for very many, many years to come. All right, well, coming up next, we've got our Centurion wakeboard rider is going to be coming out back onto the water, put on a fantastic show for all the fans here at
Roar of the Rockies 2025. He's out of Austin, Texas. His name is J.B. O'Neill, and he's going to be coming out here in just a little bit to do some fantastic ripping on a wakeboard, getting some sick aerials out there. But right now, for those of you here on the island, make sure you get up close to that fence. We're going to be firing some T-shirts out of the T-shirt cannon. We're going to get J.B. O'Neill out there, and we're going to turn things over and let him put on a show for you folks here as we take a quick break before we get into finals here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, the 5th round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Let me hear you give you a big round of applause for J.B. O'Neill.
had one of them chicken sandwiches earlier. That was actually good. So it's okay.
All right, Rays fans joining us on our YouTube channel. Thanks so much for. Oops, sorry about that. 1 second. All right, thank you, race fans that are joining us wherever you are across the world watching our YouTube live stream of the 5th round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We're a little bit ahead of schedule today, so as we wait to get all our Formula lights on the final, let's take a look back on that main event, that final race in Formula Lights from the 2024 Roar of the Rockies, and let's see if we're going to find some of those drivers from last year. They're going to be finding themselves on the podium hit list this year. While we wait for our Formula Lights to load into the water for their main event here in 2025, we're going to give you a replay of the main event from 2024. We'll be right back with final Formula Lights finals here coming up in just a bit. All right, it looks like I just got word from Chief Reverie. Let's crown a champion here in Formula Lights, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute. This harkens back to the days of old. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach has won everything all weekend long. Can he do it here in the final? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. She's sitting in second off the dock. If she wins today, she'll be the first female to ever win a Tunnel Boat Series championship. Can she do it? The 24 of Shelby Love. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Then to her right, the 2 of Travis Thompson. Can he bring some more hardware back to the great state of Texas and think about what could have been and fuel him for 25? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will it be the 12 of Traden Schleicher? He came in as your points leader. It's nip and tuck here. Can he figure it out in the final and claim the series championship? Let's crown a champion here in 2024. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starter's orders. He drops the flag. As we come from overhead, the 24 of Shelby Love's going to need to get a good jump. Terrible jump there by the 66 of Randy Parch. And you know what? Definitely a better start than she's had all weekend long. But look at the 2 of Travis Thompson. He's really got it dialed in. Was he holding back all Saturday and Sunday to try to catch him off guard here in the main event, Kay?
You know, and some of these drivers do go into a weekend with that game plan, keeping enough to keep me up on that podium. But we're going to see Shelby Love's going to sneak up on the inside. Clover Construction, number 24, followed by the number 2, Travis Thompson. And here comes 12, a Traden Schleicher.
She's porpoising a bit down there on the inside. The 2 of Travis Thompson going way wide to the outside. Notice they split the wake of the leader, the 35 of Schmierbach. Neither of them wanting to get into that dirty water, but watch out. We got a battle now between the 12 of Traden Schleicher and the 2 of Travis Thompson side by side as they battle for third.
Travis is unfortunately trying to run through some rough water. Got to get big old gulp left behind by the Clover Construction and 12 of Traden Schleicher. Basically threw a huge roller up into his windshield, blindsided him, and as a natural reaction is to let off on the throttle.
Yeah, you got it. When you can't see, you got to back off because you don't want to run into somebody else at full speed without any vision. One of the many factors that make tunnel boat racing so much more difficult than its counterpart auto racing, because the last time I checked, you don't get blinded for 3 or 4 seconds at a time when you're running a race car.
Exactly. And coming across the start-finish line is going to be the 35 of Mark Schmierbach with about a rooster tail lead over Shelby Love in the 24. We've talked about it all weekend. She keeps closing the gap. Only 1 lap into this, and she has already got the closest gap she's had pretty much all weekend. So we're going to watch her. She jumps on the inside of Schmierbach. He's going to go outside. We'll see if he slams the door on her.
Did he write his own? Did he write his own destiny? He told us after that heat win that he was very worried about the extra laps here in the main event and the ability for overtime, that top-end speed on the 24 of Shelby Love to finally catch him and surpass him.
Well, she's doing a great job. She's still trying to hunt him down, jumping from one side of the roller to the other. Actually slows her down just a little bit. But what she's doing is a little cat and mouse. She's going to be like, well, you don't know if I'm on your inside. You don't know if I'm on your outside. I'm going to come jump back on the inside, which is probably what she's going to do here. She jumps, stays out on the outside. She's trying to keep the RPMs up, trimming it out. And Mark Schmierbach's got his hands full with Shelby Love, Clover Construction, number 24.
Well, especially as we see them here early on, right? They're early parts of this Formula Lights final. Crew chief is probably telling her, hey, listen, you're not going to get into some of those back markers for a few laps. So right now, make him think like you're doing something that really doesn't matter. It's not a part of your strategy, but again, it's that chess match out there on the water. It's amazing to see in real time the reactions that they do play off of one another. One goes inside, the other goes outside. The other one fakes going outside and goes inside, right? And how they're placing those chess pieces on the board throughout the entire race, hopefully setting it up for the
perfect confluence of events to get them to either pass or walk away from the rest of the field.
Or just waiting for one simple small mistake.
Correct.
Which is what we saw on the last heat for the Formula Lights, was unfortunately when Trayden got a little bit jumbled up coming out of turn 2. Almost cost him the third place position because Travis Thompson in the number 2 was coming in quick.
Yeah, he was, but he's now up in third, and I think now he knows if he can hang on to third, he's probably got that series championship wrapped up now. Does he, of course, all right, race fans, for those of you on our YouTube channel, one moment here as we make some announcements live here at the Roar of the Rockies 2025. We're going to have a little bit of a break in the action as we were so ahead of schedule. So you got some time. Swing down to the vendor village. Make sure you get that belly full of food, wet your whistle, get a nice adult beverage or a great Pepsi products. We've got Benny shooting off the where is Benny? He's gone now. Oh, he was shooting off the Dream on 3, brought Benny back out on fire in the T-shirt cannon out there. Don't forget to swing by the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series merch tent. Get yourself some unbelievable merchandise from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Pick up your Roar of the Rockies T-shirt. Get some food. Get that belly full. Wet that whistle. We'll be right back at 2:15 with the Formula Lights final here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies.
Travis Thompson.
Yeah, and coming into the final qualifying heat after last night's points, it was down to 35 points between the 24 of Love and the 12 of Schleicher. And the question is can she get back around him here before it's all over? And will the points, because points in the final are more than points in qualifying, will the gap between second and third be enough? I don't think it's going to be. I think she needs to get by him and somehow get the two of Travis Thompson to get by him as well. I know you never pray for anybody to break down, especially not your teammate. But hey, Shelby, the only way I think this series championship goes back to Santa Rosa Valley is if your teammate doesn't end up finishing this main event. And I think that's the only thing that Trayden cares about. I don't care if she beats me. I don't care if I get fifth. All I got to do is finish.
Exactly. But, Shelby had that mistake back there, but she's already gaining ground on her teammate of the number 12. Trayden Schleicher. Travis Thompson's hopping in her inside in the red, white, and blue number 2. And it looks like Shelby's going to try and jump in on the inside of Trayden Schleicher. Not sure if there's any game plan going on, but they're nose to nose coming down the front stretch. They are now chasing down that second and third place position. And Trayden just gave his teammate a wash down.
just gave her a shower. Hey, you probably got a little dirty sweating after you spun it out. Let me just quick cool you down. He doused her. Hey, but you know what? She made the move. She took her shot. It didn't work, but look what it did for the two of Travis Thompson. Now he's starting to move up. Not what she wanted, but boy, all of this chaos for second, third, and fourth has now allowed the 35 of Mark Schmierbach to really walk away with it.
And Randy Parch got real close to Shelby as they went through turn 2, and now he's getting real close to Travis, not giving any of these lead boats any maneuvering room for that 66 of the Liquid Revolutions out of Florida.
Yeah, anti-gravity batteries as well, a sponsor on that Liquid Revolutions machine. Yeah, you'd think a guy who grew up here, whose best friend from up here, who's moved back here now, was in the boat business, you'd think he'd have a better handle on setting the boat up here. But, boy, he looked a lot faster in our last round in Alton, Illinois, where he won, than he does today here. He just cannot seem to find any power on that 66 anti-gravity batteries and Liquid Revolutions machine.
And it doesn't look like he's trimming it up or out too much, so he might be having some trim issues, and that might be the main cause of that.
You know what? And if other people have had trim issues, which happens on these older OMC motors, and you had a trim issue, now you don't have another trim ram, well, that means I guess I'm just going to lock it into one position and see how it goes.
Looks like Trayden Schleicher coming across the start-finish line is going to push out teammate Shelby Love. She's going to try and bounce back on the inside, followed by our fourth-place boat of Travis Thompson in the number 2. Golden Master in the number 78 comes across the start-finish line, but it looks like Randy might be trying to pull off.
I think he's going to be pulling it off. I think that trim is absolutely stuck in one position. And if he's going to stay out to collect points, he's going to go as far wide to the outside as he can. That's exactly what he's doing. And this is what you'll see here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series that you're not going to see at the National Championships, Kate, because that's a one-off race. They still collect points if they don't pull off. So a lot of times you'll see the drivers go slow to the outside unless they're going to do significant damage to the boat by continuing to run it. But if they can run at a lower power, they'll stay out because they get more points for finishing, albeit way off the pace, than they do with a DNF.
Mark Schmierbach once again comes across the start-finish line with about a 12-second lead over the second-place boat, the Clover Construction number 12, the 24 driven by Miss Shelby Love, and the number 2 of Travis Thompson as they make their way through turn number 1 and down the backstretch. Watch as Shelby trims it out just a little bit, but Trayden porpoises it just a little bit. Both drivers still working to get through the rest of the pack, get around the shorter course that they've seen for the rest of the year. Travis Thompson is coming through and almost spins out in turn number 2.
As Thompson makes his way out of lane number 1, coming off of turn number 4 and across the start-finish line. There's our leader, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. He's already out of the south end of the course and through turns 1 and 2 and heading back north towards the far end of the course. Yeah, it's interesting. I think, you might have the 12 of Trayden Schleicher not being able to set the boat the way he wants, Kay, due to the damage he sustained. He's just trying to keep that boat together. He knows it's the last race of the year, but you can't finish first if you don't first finish. Am I right?
Exactly. Rough waters are now coming up in for Shelby Love because we're coming up to more back traffic. We're going to see
growing pains that this young driver is just going to have to accept that she's going to have to go through here in 2024.
Well, I know that she's talked about earlier in this year that it was the rollover switch that she had issues with. When you hook it, that actually, and there's the video right here, we just had a replay of it, of her incidental spin out that happened. that actually kills the motor. So then she has to restart it up, and the whole time you're sitting there frantically watching one boat after another come past you or come near you. So she's now dropped back into 4th place, but she's still going to work to try and keep the number 12 of her teammate behind her because she doesn't want to get lapped again.
Now it's more of a pride thing, right,
Yes.
than anything else. It looks like as we see the 35 of Schmierbach slide through turn number 1, one more lap around. The 66 of Randy Parch has pulled off the race course. It sounds like he could no longer risk the continual damage that could have happened. I know it's the end of the year, but nobody wants to destroy their stuff just to have to rebuild it, especially when it was way off the pace. But the man who's been on the pace and been an absolute, a surgeon out here, really just showing everybody how to run a Formula Light, is the man in that pizza in machine, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
Mark Schmierbach has been winning one race after another. Here for the end of the year, he said, I want to take the big victory here at Roar of the Rockies. One of his most favorite races to go to. Comes out of turn number 2. All the way back in the backstretch is our second place boat, the number 12 of Traden Schleichert. You know, with a half a lap lead, you would think he could sit there and say, I'm just going to go into cruise control, but we both know Mark Schmierbach a little bit better than that.
I mean, he's a racer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's always going to give it everything he's got now. I think he's smart enough to know that I can go 85, 90% and be okay. But boy, how about as we see right over his shoulder, our fantastic overhead drone shots brought to you by Live Race Media. But he's going to come around here. We've just got 1 minute plus 1 lap, so less than a minute plus 1 lap remaining. But here's what is interesting to me. Once we get away from this overhead view of the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, if we can step back at all, you'll see the 24 of Shelby Love has really closed the ground and closed the gap on the 35 of Schmierbach. What that tells me is getting stuck behind her teammate really was a real painful, because she's faster than he is. But one thing we know in tunnel boat racing is just because you're faster doesn't mean you're going to get around them.
Exactly.
Because it's so hard to pass when the race course underneath you changes. There's the white flag, Kay. Well, go fast, turn left just 4 more times for our leader. Take him home here in the Formula Lights final.
Our leader comes out of turn number 1, now ever colorful number 35. Halfway down that backstretch is going to be Mark Schmierbach, taking 3 checkered flags already this weekend, looking for the 4th, which is going to be the biggest checkered flag of the weekend. And it rises up, Mark Schmierbach, your Formula Light checkered flag champion.
What a great run, wire to wire all weekend long. He took 4 checkered flags in 3 heats in a final in 2nd place. And wrapping up the series championship, the number 12 of Traden Schleicher. And rounding out the podium, at least he's got some hardware to bring back from Colorado, even though he was out of the series fight. Fantastic run by the number 2 of Travis Thompson. Well, that's going to do it here in Formula Lights. The man, the myth, the legend, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach did what he's done all weekend long. He went wire to wire from the pole and took home the checkered flag here at Roar of the Rockies in the Formula Lights division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. There you see that orange, lightning yellow, and white Pizza Inn sponsored Formula Light. That is one of the very few wood boats remaining in all of tunnel boat racing. That is a Pugh-built Formula Light, one of the last, if not the last, Formula Light that Gary Pugh ever built before retiring from boat building. And boy, that is it is a gem to watch. The thing is an absolute gem. It's a fantastic setup. His team works extremely hard, and there's a reason why they come into race weekends and win every single heat race and the final. He did it again. This is not the first time he's done it. However, just not quite enough points here in the final weekend of the series to move himself past the 12 of Traden Schleicher. So we will have a brand new series champion in 2024 in Formula Lights. That'll be the 3rd different series champion we've had in the last 3 years in Formula Lights, which is fantastic. It's a constant theme in our tunnel boat classes. We had a new winner last year. The year before that, we had a different winner. The year before that, we had a different winner. We've only seen the Rinker family have multiple championships here on the Formula One Powerboat Series. But hoping to find a new champion here in Formula One and Trihull as well. But right now it is all about Mark Schmierbach. You can see he's got the checkered flag holding his windshield open in that enclosed cockpit. He had some damage sustained throughout the weekend to the springs that hold that lid open. So using the checkered flag to make sure the cockpit stays open, get a little air in there. Well-deserved cool down with some breeze. Opening up that cockpit in that Formula Light machine. What a great run by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, and he's going to make his way down in front of all the golf cart tents over on the far side of the lake, and now he's going to come down in front of the island here before he makes his way back to the start dock to have a conversation with my colleague, Kay. And I'm really glad that Kay's doing it. She's had to run like a half a mile there and back between. But ladies and gentlemen, as he comes across the island, let me hear you put your hands together one more time. Your Formula Lights champion here at Roar of the Rockies in 2024, out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, number 35, Mark Schmierbaum. The 93 of RJ West, your world and national champion here in Formula One so far in 2024. Can he be the winner? And start it off now at the Roar of the Rockies. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will this 17 of Dylan Anderson, who looks like he's figured out his four-stroke package, be the winner here in Heat 1? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or could the 03 of Dustin Terry, sitting on top of the points pile, get out like a rocket and claim Heat 1 number 1? On the beach. What a great jump there by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. What happened to the 93 of RJ West? He just did not get off the dock there.
He did not. He usually is first off of that dock, but he's going to have a lot of work. But he does have that inside lane. We're going to have to see as they make their way into turn 1. Will Anderson give him that lane as they go into turn 1?
It looks like he might leave a little bit, but he's going to shut the door right here as they go out of turn number 4. No, he stays wide to the outside. We got a 2x2 drag race down the front straight. It's 4-stroke v 4-stroke. 17 of Anderson on the outside. The 93 of RJ West on the inside. Now he's got the overtake. Is he going to shut the door, Kay? Yes, he does. He slams the door short of the 93 of RJ West. Where did the 17 of Dylan Anderson come from? It looks like the bridesmaid is sick and tired of being that and is looking to be the bride. He's trying to make a statement win here in 24 and capture that series title.
Dylan Anderson looks like he's got the top end speed as he makes his way down that backstretch, but the corner speed belongs to RJ West. He gets a little squirrely coming through turn number 2, but they're going to make their way down the front stretch. Our leader in the 17, all blue, Anderson Marine, followed by the 93 of Mr. RJ West of Chuck Skelton Racing, and it looks to be Jeremiah Mayo in the number 8.
No, that's the 13, Captain Jack Seafood Market of Grant Schubert, then the 24 of Spencer Love, the 22 of Kyle Maskell, the 29 Selling Technologies of Jared Jensen. We're overhead of the 93 of RJ West. He's trying to track down our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. There's a 91 of Peter Wilson, the young rookie out of Victoria Island, British Columbia. He's staying way to the outside and out of the way in that 91 machine as he had to start last off the start pontoon. He's on his backup motor already. The altitude not treating the 91 of Wilson well, but boy, as the 17 of Dylan Anderson got this thing boogieing.
He has, and he is just starting to inch his way farther and farther away from RJ West, but he's not giving up very easily. This has got a great race for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Dustin Terry in the 03 trying to maneuver through the rest of the fleet. Got a little bit of a late start going through, but now he's on the hunt to try and chase down the number 24 of Spencer Love of Cobra Construction.
And the 03 of Dustin Terry started 3rd. He shuffled back to 5th. Not what you expect for the guy in the points lead, and a lot of time under his belt in that 4-stroke. There we see the 22 of Kyle Maskell fighting out with the 29 of Jared Jensen. Jensen up in 7th. He's looking for his best finish in a qualifying heat in his young rookie campaign. That Selling Technologies composite Hoffman Formula One is strolling here at altitude.
I know a lot of our race fans are like cheering on their favorite driver, but right there, the number 29, that all green, that's your local driver.
Yeah, you're going to hear him hooting and hollering for that number. Oh, look at there, the 93 of RJ West. He's pushing it so hard, he lost the rear cowling down in turn number 4. He's giving it everything he's got to try to catch the 17 of Dylan Anderson, because you got to think he's looking to spoil everybody's weekend here, because he came in after all that damage early in the season, 13th in points.
You know, and that's not the first time that has come off. We're going to see what's going to happen. I don't even see it floating out here, but I'm sure it is. That's going to make another factor in MB, because that's going to change the balance of the boat.
The turbulence behind the cockpit.
Each one of these drivers has to go, they have weights inside of their boats, and RJ West just got really loose coming out of turn number 2.
He has really got that thing hammered down and run on the ragged edge, because he knows he's got to make hay. Now it's going to be very interesting to see what happens here as they start getting into some of those back markers.
and the 93 of RJ West. He's only a little over a second behind our leader, and he, as our leader now gets by the 12 of Sean Love in that Clover construction machine, and starts to eye up the 9 of Johnny Fleming. This is where that experience, I think, of the 93 of RJ West could come into play in that cat and mouse game between him and the 17 of Anderson.
RJ West dives on the inside, but pops it up really high coming out of turn number 2. Now here's another factor. The water conditions have changed dramatically. They're coming up to back traffic. Some of these boats do better in rough water.
Absolutely.
Some are actually more inclined to do better in the smoother water. On the inside, your leader halfway down the backstretch in Dylan Anderson. On the outside, RJ West in the all red, white, and blue. Coming out of turn number 1 is your third place boat. That is the number 13, driven by Grant Schubert.
Yeah, we see him on the back straightaway. There's the 17 of Anderson, our leader. Now he's got the 9 of Johnny Fleming. As they go side by side now, here 93 of West has nowhere to go because the back markers move to the outside. He gets absolutely hosed down by the 91 of Peter Wilson and the 9 of Johnny Fleming. He is in it, in the thick of it right now. Not what he wants to see, because now you see that lead is and the 17 of Anderson.
But now that he was able to get around Fleming, you can see he hard right down out of that turn, down the backstretch, and now he's starting to close the gap once again between him and Dylan Anderson. But Anderson is now starting to come up some back traffic.
Yeah, now you see the 93 of RJ West going way wide to the outside, trying to keep that RPMs up and find clean water here on the shores of Pelican Lakes, as it's been a doozy. You know who we haven't heard from back in 8th? Look at that, the 52 of Chris Rinker back in 8th position. The 3rd place for the season standings, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo back in 9th position. What is happening to these 2 strokes? The 4-stroke domination seems like it might be here, Kay.
It is. It's the evolution. I mean, I talked about it before when people were talking about bringing this new APX motor in, and I'm like, you know, we're moving up in the days. I mean, when's the last time you...
this opening qualifying heat.
That was one heck of a turn, and you just said it, because back traffic can become a factor. Dylan Anderson decided to jump on the inside, unfortunately had to dump the nose, lose a little bit of speed. Mr. RJ West jumped to the outside, keeping it up and keeping the RPMs up, keeping the speed up. This back traffic has been just a key factor lap after lap. RJ West is your leader at this time, coming out of turn number 2 with the... We used to be a number 93 on this side, but it's the all red, white, and blue boat.
Yeah, he gets by lapping the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the man who sits in 3rd in points. How ridiculous is that to say he's getting lapped here? There's the 99 of Travis Yates. He's pushing hard. But the battle I like to see going on right now coming out of the north end of the course, that's the 13 of Grant Schubert sitting in 3rd. In 4th, the 24 of Spencer Love looking, dancing it down the front straight. And here comes the 03 of Dustin Terry. Your points leader is still sitting in 5th position. He needs to gain more ground. If he does not want to give up points to the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he's got to stay as close to him. So you can imagine what a great run there as he gets by the 24 of Spencer Love. But let's watch it down to the north end of the course. Can Love hold that inside line? And the 03 of Dustin Terry chops the door, and he moves up into 4th. He knows what he has to do. He's got the pedal to the metal, and he's only got 56 seconds plus 1 lap to do it here in qualifying heat number 1.
You know what? I've been watching Dustin's game plan and his strategy, and he goes into the turn, slams the door, comes way wide, looking for the smoother water, I guess you could say here. Then he dives it back in. It's called a slingshot maneuver.
Absolutely. Look at him now here. He's in the same view as the 13 of Grant Schubert and that Captain Jacks. They are so close. He's just 1 second behind the 13 of Grant Schubert. Can he catch him here in these last couple of laps in this opening qualifying heat?
Grant Schubert just got caught up in some back traffic with Sean Love, and he's going to pop out of the rooster tail, and that's going to throw Dustin Terry even farther out.
Yeah, Dustin's got to go way wide to the outside, but he's okay with that. He likes that wide line. The 12 of Sean Love going pin to pin. Here comes the 03 of Dustin Terry down into the corner. Can he make it out of the south end of the course through turns 1 and 2? In 3rd position. No, great move there by the 13 of Grant Schubert. He just stayed true to his line, stayed pin to pin. And that wide line around the course, you have to have a ton of extra speed to pass that way.
You know, white flag is out. All of our drivers do have radio communication with their drivers, and right now, that is when their drivers or their radio personnel is telling their drivers, hey, this is it. We're almost to the end. The white flag is out.
And our leader comes out of turn number 3, off of turn number 4. No cowling on the back of that Chuck Skelton Racing Machine PCL construction. But as he walks in out of turn 4, taking qualifying heat number 1 out of Antigua, California, number 93, RJ West.
Followed by the number 17, that ever beautiful blue Anderson Marine, Dylan Anderson.
And rounding out the top 3 is the battle we got going down on the backstretch. It looks like the 03 of Dustin Terry got by the 13 of Grant Schubert. He did what was necessary. He's going to be 1 position behind as the points battle heats up, rounding out the top 3 in that all black flash lighting.
number 3, Dustin Terry.
A great run by the J's Performance driver of Grant Schubert in the number 13. Held that third place position until the very last corner, and unfortunately, sitting in fourth.
4 strokes, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Minute drivers, 1 minute here in qualifying heat number 2. On the pole, part of Clover Construction, the number 12.
3 of Dustin Terry.
We did a 2-flag start. That must have been a last-minute decision. That's why you're going to see the last couple of boats coming out. They had to wait for the second flag to drop.
And I think it's because the lake pinches in so far, they don't have that much room. But the 9 of Johnny Fleming and the 22 of Kyle Maskell are looking to come out 1 and 2 here. 3 of Dustin Terry. He's already moved up to third, ladies and gentlemen.
Dustin Terry goes way wide every single time, and Chris Rinker takes advantage of it and holding that inside lane. Maskell coming up quick, right on the outside.
As Maskell goes wide to the outside, as they go deck to deck down into turn number 3. Off turn number 3 now. Who's going to come out of turn number 4 out in front? Maskell's got to leave him.
All right, welcome back, race fans, here for the finals of Formula Lights here at the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, Round 5, Roar of the Rockies. For those of you online, hopefully you enjoyed some of our replays from the Formula One and Formula Lights qualifying and finals from 2024. We've got all our Formula Lights here in 2025 on the water. Hot laps are rolling, and we're going to get them lined up on the start pontoon for their 16-minute plus 1 lap main event here in Formula Lights. Tim, boy, this is going to be a doozy between especially the 35 of Mark Schmierbach and the 12 of Shelby Love. And what I love about this is the back markers come so much more into play here in the main event. It adds almost an additional level of chess out on the water at 70-plus miles an hour. It's going to be real fun to see those two go at it.
Well, not only is this the fight for the race win, this is the fight for the championship.
Oh, so absolutely it is.
You know, these guys are down to the wire. A little bit different, for the final. It's a longer race, so that means they've got more fuel on board. So what's that going to do to their start? Whose boat will come off the dock? And then for the Formula Lights, it's a long run to the first turn. And then after that, it's a shorter course. So it's going to be a compromise on propeller selection.
Absolutely. And let's talk about that, how much that comes into play, that weight of the gasoline, right? We talk about, liquids, water, specifically 8.5 pounds per gallon. They're going to need a lot more fuel here in the main event. What does that do to you as a driver to shift your mentality to prepare yourself for the differences with that extra weight coming here in the finals with more gasoline in the boat?
I think it's more got to do with the start, because then you're going to have a different trim angle to start.
Just because you got more weight from the gasoline? Because you have
more weight, and it doesn't seem like it would make that big of a difference. But one thing about tunnel boats, weight is critical.
Absolutely. I mean, every driver here is trying to get like 0.001 pounds over the bare minimum. We're under 1,000 pounds here for the minimum weight here in Formula Lights. And, boy, we've seen this plenty of times. And that's a real dicey game as well, because if you don't put quite enough gas in and maybe you do an extra parade lap or two, and can that come into play? Do you see a lot of drivers use the fuel calculations to ensure they're hitting that minimum weight?
Well, for sure, what they want to do. But here's another thing. What happens if they lose a rear cowling? Then they still have to make minimum weight.
Absolutely.
So you can't cut it that close. And this is after the race, as you come out of the water, driver, boat, gas, whatever you had in the boat at the end of the race. That's what the official goes by.
Absolutely, and so it's a real, again, it's just like when you're pushing one of these tunnel boats at maximum speed, trimming that thing out, you're trying to live on that ragged edge. Boy, that ragged edge that you got to butt up against, it comes in multiple facets, right? You got it with the weight, the setup, with, while you're driving on the course. These drivers are always pushing it to the limit to get as much as they can out of these boats, and it's amazing to me how much all of that comes into play before they even get on the water.
Oh, yeah, and then you've got stuff that's out of your control.
Absolutely.
The water, the wind. We see the winds coming up a little bit now, and it's kind of swirling around. And then you don't know what the other competitors have done. So I noticed the number 1 of Spencer Love, he had a trim pump break I ran back to the pits to find out what happened to him in that last heat, and he had a trim pump go down. So they were frantically changing it out. I see him back on the water, and that's a good sign.
And let's talk about that, right? I mean, I know that sometimes you can get lucky, and when a trim pump goes out, it can be stuck in a position that's manageable. That's not necessarily all the case, but let's talk a little bit about why is the trim pump so important for these drivers, and why is it so detrimental? As we saw the one of Spencer Love go way down on power, like out of nowhere, and obviously we've come to find out that was that trim pump.
Well, that's how you adjust the angle of the boat, so that's how you're constantly flying the boat. So you're driving the boat, you're flying the boat, and you need the trim in order to do that. It is so much more important when we're at altitude like this because of the thin air. So it's going to be a juggling act. We're going to have a shootout. We've got Mark Schmierbach on pole. He comes off the dock like a rocket, and we're going to see if the comeback queen can get around him.
Absolutely. She has definitely been known for her late-stage heroics here in 2025. We saw it at the opening round in the first turn of the final lap. She did a little bob and weave, head fake to the outside, dove underneath the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, and she got such a good run coming out of turn number 2. She was able to take the lead on the final lap of the race, and that is really what kicked off an amazing year so far for the 12 of Shelby Love.
Well, she's been on a roll. She's won some races. She's fighting for the championship.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to get underway here and crown a champion in Formula Lights here at Roar of the Rockies. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. He's on the pole out of Greenfield, Wisconsin. The driver running for Pizza Inn on the pole. Can he go wire to wire here in Colorado and hang on to that series championship lead? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will it be the 12 of Shelby Love? Can the comeback queen come from second here in Formula Lights final and capture a title here at Roar of the Rockies? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will it be the 66 of Randy Parch? He's sitting third. Or could it be the 60 of Brandon Bobolic in fourth? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then there's the dark horse, the 1 of Spencer Love, followed by the 01 of Jake McKee. The 2 of Jack Schubert and the 6 of J.B. Jensen. Let's crown a champion in Formula Lights. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. The flag is up. As he drops the flag, they come off the dock. Great jump there by the 66 of Randy Parch. Good jump off the dock, but does he have the top end here as they go down through the middle of the course?
Wow, what a jump by Randy. He must have had a small prop on. Well, they're going down the front straightaway. You see Mark Schmierbach pulling back up. And then Shelby, I think Shelby got around him.
Looks like she did. That's such a long run for the Formula Lights. It's not necessarily something they're really used to here, and they've really had to change their setups, and it looks like the 35 of Mark Schmierbach was the one that found that perfect balance, right? Small enough prop to get off the beach, but still some real high top-end punch in that Pizza Inn sponsored Formula Light.
Well, they're rolling coming down this front straightaway into the wind. Every time you run into the wind, it's faster than going downwind.
Why is that, Tim?
It picks more of the boat up out of the water, allowing for better performance.
Absolutely. As they come out of the south end of the course now, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach is still got a rearview mirror full of the 12 of Shelby Love here in this 14 minutes plus 1 lap. Main event here in Formula Lights. Now they're down on the short course. They go through turn 3. Now Schmierbach goes tight to the pin off 4, forcing the 12 of Shelby Love wide to the outside. And then the 66 of Randy Parch. You see him pop into the screen, but he's got a rearview mirror full of Jake McKee, the young driver out of the Redlands, California, that 01 McKee Racing sponsored entry. But it is all about Mark Schmierbach now. Can he hang on? He's porpoising a little bit. Let's talk about that, Tim. Why do we see these Formula Lights porpoise a little bit coming out of turn number 2 like they're going back downwind?
It's just the fact of the thin air. It doesn't have enough air to hold the boat up. So Mark, right now we got the classic veteran versus youth. And that's going to play out differently as we go longer and longer in the race and the drivers start to get tired.
Absolutely, especially you add into that the back markers that these drivers are going to start to come up on, and they're doing those back markers are going to be doing battles as well, so they're not going to necessarily move out of the way the 35 of Mark Schmierbach wants, and that seems to be a great place for the 12 of Shelby Love. She's really liked being in that second spot for most of the race and really playing that chess game with Mark Schmierbach, and she seems to really capitalize on the end, but boy, he has really started to pull away here over the last lap.
Oh, she spins it out slightly on turn 1, and she lost some ground there. But back to your point, it's always easier to go through lap traffic if you're the second one, because
Absolutely.
the first guy makes the hole. All you got to do is follow it through.
Right, we talked about that yesterday, and we saw it yesterday. We'll probably see it again today, but boy, she's got to be really frustrated here early on. That was an uncharacteristic mistake in 2025. That looked more like 2024 Shelby Love when she was still struggling with some of those tight turns, but hopefully she can make up that ground here over this longer race in the 14-minute plus 1 lap final. But boy, you got to imagine that Mark Schmierbach, you cannot give him too much of a window. One slight mistake, and he's going to run away from you here because he's such a veteran driver.
He knows how to control a race, but Shelby has learned over the last year how to gather herself back up. You saw that in Port Neches. You saw it in Alton earlier this year when she came back, passed him on the last lap, came from the back of the field, ran everybody down. Now she's already made up half the distance she was behind.
Absolutely, but now they're coming up on the 2 of Jack Schubert, one of the slower boats, the rookie here, normally jumping over from Trihull into Formula Lights here at Roar of the Rockies. Now he's going to go wide to the outside, let the 35 of Schmierbach into lane 1, but no, Schmierbach really pushes wide to the outside. I'm surprised we didn't see, oh, there she is. Didn't know where the 12 of Shelby Love went. She was hidden behind the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, right up in his rooster tail as she's able to get by the 2 of Jack Schubert as well. These two are going to be battling out for the remainder of this 11 minutes plus 1 lap here in this Formula Lights final at Roar of the Rockies 2025.
When you're coming up on back markers, the thing that you want them to do is hold their lane. So that way, if they hold their lane, you can pick a spot to go around them. If they're changing lanes, that's when it gets dicey.
And that, I can imagine, that's as you move later into the later stages of the race and you may are catching those back markers that are fighting harder for position with other drivers. It's got to be a lot harder to expect them to stay in one specific lane because they're doing battles with other drivers that they're racing with.
Well, they're doing their own battles. The other thing is, as the race goes on, they're starting to lap faster drivers.
Right.
So then it's harder for them to get around. So they can't just blow right by them, and that's when it's going to really tighten it up.
Absolutely, especially now we got the 35 of Schmierbach starting to come up on the 1 of Spencer Love. And, he's a veteran driver. He's definitely not going to just move out of the way. He will probably hold his lane, but he's also trying to catch the 60 of Brandon Bobolic down there on the north end of the course. As the 35 of Mark Schmierbach now works its way down into turn 3, you're going to see there's that pink and white of 1 of Spencer Love. Then there's the 12 of Shelby Love. She goes wide to the outside. She has stayed out there. The real question is will she start to change up that move coming in and out of the turns and start diving down into the pin after she kind of gets that out of her head from that spin out early in the race down in turn 1?
Well, Mark's a smart driver, and right now, you know what he's doing? He's running the lap, the line that Shelby wants.
Absolutely.
He knows right where she wants to run, and that's where he's running. Now, once Mark catches up to some of these quicker boats, he's going to have to change that line, and she'll adjust her line on top of it. Spencer's fighting for a position. They're going 4th, 5th, 6th, so they're still in the hunt.
Absolutely. It's now Spencer's now tight to the inside. Both those drivers moving wide to the outside there. You see the 35 of Schmierbach in the spray there in that 1 Clover Construction sponsored Formula Light. He's able to cruise by him on the outside. But let's talk about that passing back markers. Shelby has to go way wide to the outside because this 1 of Spencer Love is now in that inside line. So even Schmierbach moving outside, she still didn't have a clean line to go short way around the course.
Well, here's the thing. All these next drivers are going to be tight on the pins, and I think when both Mark Schmierbach and Shelby go to the outside, it gives Shelby an advantage because she's got a little more top end.
Absolutely. It looks like that's the setup they've chosen. At some point you probably have to recognize, hey, listen, they've got it dialed in off the start, and that's okay. We don't necessarily have to beat them off the start, but if we can give them higher top end, we're going to be a handful for them down the straightaways. And the fun thing for me is, especially when they get up to those faster back markers, is when they accidentally catch them in the corners. That seems to me where you can see the biggest change in a lead or in between positions is when they catch some of those back markers in and out of the turns.
You will, and you can see Mark catching up right now to Bobolic, so he's taking him on the inside. That works out really well for Mark.
Absolutely. Well, no surprise teammate moving it out of his way, right?
Well, I wasn't going to say nothing on that.
Well, hey, you know what? At the end of the day, Brandon has learned a lot. He's been a fantastic rookie here in 2025. I think we got a lot of more great things to come from the 60 of Brandon Bobolic, but he recognizes my time is not now. My time is yet to come. So I'm going to get out of the way and make sure I can let these two battle it out. And in a very smart move from a young driver that's really gained a ton of ground. And I think by 2026, we're going to see Bobolic right up there in the hunt thing.
Oh, yeah. He showed it in some of the heat races earlier this year.
Absolutely. And this
Shelby's worked her way right back up on Mark.
And now she's down to the inside. And that's where she wants to be. Let's watch him go down into turn one. Look at there. She's right through the rooster tail. Less than one rooster tail between her and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. She's only 1.016 seconds behind the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. And we still got 7 minutes plus 1 lap left, Tim.
Oh, yeah. This isn't over by a long shot. But you can tell she has no problem jamming it in there on the inside. If he gives her a half a lane, she's taking a full lane.
Absolutely, and he knows that as well. He knows she's going to go in. So eventually, I'm curious if he is able to get by the 01 of Jake McKee. Will we see the 35 of Schmierbach starts to slide back down into lane number 1 and try to go short way around the course and grow that gap again, trying to negate that top-end speed that the 12 of Shelby Love might have over him coming down the straightaways?
Well, I think that they've got enough speed where it shouldn't be a problem to go on the outside. What you don't want to do is try and pass a lapper going to the inside, and then he takes the pin, and then you've got nowhere to go but off the gas, and then you're losing it.
Yeah, and then you go from 6 boat lengths ahead to 4 boat lengths behind as Shelby comes wide to the outside out of turn number 2. And look at, they've got J.B. Jensen and McKee. Much water out there down the back straightaway. This is going to be hard for both of them. The question is who's going to make the right decision in and out of turns 3 and 4.
Well, Shelby didn't have a choice. She had to go there. Mark, Jake's doing a great job because he's running consistent laps, and he's fast. And Mark's having a hard time go around him. Shelby's up on the inside, side by side.
Ooh, she darts way down to the inside. What a great move, just like Port Neches, but she did it with 6.5 minutes to go. The 12 of Shelby Love is side by side with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach as they go down into turn number 3.
But now the tables are going to be turned because she's got to get around Jake.
Absolutely, and she's going to. What happened to Schmierbach? Did he lose trim? Something is going on with the 35 of Schmierbach. Is she just left him standing still out of the back straightaway?
I think he took some water on the turn 1 and 2. Took a little bit of water, and it might have bogged for a second, and that's all she needed.
Oh, wow. Jake McKee almost spins out down there between turns 1 and 2. Now Schmierbach's trying to get a running start, get by him on the back straightaway. But now the comeback queen has done it again right now. Can she hang on for 4 minutes and 45 seconds plus 1 lap? Running for Clover Construction. She has got this thing dialed in and dancing as she's hammering that 45 cubic inch 2-cylinder OMC outboard on the back of that Hoffman Composite Formula Light. And that thing is quite slick. Tim, what I'm curious about to get your opinion on is, does the rear cowling going over the motor cowling on the 12 of Shelby Love give her a performance advantage?
I don't think it does. I think it's more of aesthetic designs. They wanted something different. It definitely can't hurt, but what it will do for sure is you're not going to get that water bog that we just saw Mark Schmierbach lose the lead over.
Absolutely. There's so much more protection around that gap between the rear of the boat and the motor. No water is going to be getting in there. Hey, who knows? We might see more of those coming out for the few years to come as we continue to evolve the formula. It says, oh, watch out down there. It looks like the 12 of Shelby Love almost got together with the 2 of Jack Schubert down in turn number 3.
That was close.
Almost disaster for the 12 of Shelby Love here. She tries to continue to pull away from the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. If you take a look now, she's got a pretty healthy lead. Let's see how far she is ahead. 6.328 seconds ahead of the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. She is absolutely screaming almost a full straightaway. What happened? This is insane. She was all over him for the first 8 to 10 laps, and now she's got a straightaway lead over the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
It's not over yet, though. She is coming up on the fastest boat, which is Randy. So that's going to be the hardest person for her to get around on this whole course besides Mark.
Absolutely. He's trying to hang on to a podium spot. So, he's going to drive the 12 of Shelby Love all over the course, and that's going to really – that could potentially slow her down. He's got to run his race. Absolutely. And there's no fault in him running his race. The real question is can she play a game of chess with Randy Parch to quickly get by him here as she tries to stay ahead of the 35 of Schmierbach?
Well, what you don't want to do, you don't want to take any unnecessary chance at this point in the race when you only got 2.5 minutes plus a lap left.
Absolutely. And I can imagine that the radio team is so important right now for that driver. Her crew chief is on the radio saying, hey, keep it calm, keep it smooth, right? We're in the driver's seat right now. Let's not make any reason for us to not be in the driver's seat for the rest of this race.
Well, she can be relaxed. She can be calm because she's got a little cushion there. That's why Mark has got to make his way up and put a little more heat on her, a little more pressure.
Absolutely, and he's driving that thing like he stole it right now because he knows he came in with a 66-point lead, and that lead, if everything finishes the way it is now, is going to shrink considerably as we go into the final round. And boy, Tim, if this holds out true the way it's sitting right now, we're going to have a doozy for the final round in Houston, Texas come mid-October. We will. They've been battling all year. They're great competitors. They race clean, and that's what you want. When you go into the corner side by side, you want the confidence that the guy that you're racing with next to you is going to do what he's supposed to do. Absolutely. And that's where you see it so much dynamic change in and out of the corners because you may have more comfort level with some drivers. You may have raced less like the Jake McKee or J.B. Jensen or Jack Schubert. You haven't raced with them, so you don't necessarily know how they're going to act in and out of every corner. Yeah, it's the part of the learning process is learning how your competitors drive. My dad always said, you got to know what that guy's going to do before that guy knows what he's going to do. So right. When you're coming up on another driver, you've got to know what he's going to do so you can be planning before that. Absolutely. As we stay with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach now, he's down out of turn number 2. A little less than a straightaway now, but he's running out of time. 46 seconds plus 1 lap. So maybe just 2 or 3 more laps remaining here in this Formula Lights final here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. As the 12 of Shelby Love crosses the start-finish line. Just a couple of more laps left for the young woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California. Looking to capture her first Roar of the Rockies title here in 2025 and add to the trophy case that has been mounting considerably here on the 2025 season. She's got multiple race wins on our series, multiple race wins within the APBA, and she's looking to add another one. And boy, she has ran an absolute gem of a race outside of that one little mistake. But boy, what kudos to be able to recompose herself after that mistake. And now we got the white flag out. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times for the young woman trying to capture her first Roar of the Rockies title. Well, it's her first Roar of the Rockies title if she can bring it this half a lap home. But it is a huge boost for her championship chances, and it's all going to come down to the wire then in Highlands. Absolutely, as she comes out of turn number 3, now swings it off at turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you scream loud and holler proud. Your champion in Formula Lights out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, number 12, Shelby Love. In a hard-fought battle, but just didn't have enough in the tank. Your second-place finisher here in Formula Lights, the number 35 of Mark Schmierbach, and a fantastic run for the 66 of Randy Parch. That's his second podium finish in a row here in 2025. Things continue to get better for him after a rough go in Alton, Illinois. Saw him put some considerable damage in his Formula Light that caused him to miss the last round in Marble Falls, Texas, due to the damage sustained in Alton, Illinois. So great run there for the 66 of Randy Parch and that Liquid Revolution sponsored Formula Light. But there she is, ladies and gentlemen. We call her the comeback queen. Why? Exactly what you saw. She may not come off the dock first. She may not be first for half the race. Heck, she might not even be in first place for 99.9% of the race. But what this woman has shown is her intestinal fortitude and her ability to keep herself calm, recompose herself after any sort of error or getting behind the driver. who's out in front. She really is able to collect herself. And, boy, look at that great view overhead there. That's Pelican Lakes Resort and Golf Course. They got 45 holes here in beautiful Windsor, Colorado. And then you've got another facility just up the road, Rain Dance National, the longest golf course in North America. I think 8,600 yards. But, boy, it just shows how beautiful things are here in the Water Valley communities in Windsor, Colorado, right here in northern Colorado, right on the front range of the Colorado Rocky Mountains. What a beautiful place this is to race. We have so much fun when we come here. The only thing that we maybe fight a little bit is that altitude, but what do? We're at 5,000 feet, and that's just something you got to deal with. And boy, did 12 of Shelby Love deal with the thin air up here in Colorado like an absolute pro as she was started second. Stayed in second off the win, and there she is, ladies and gentlemen. Let me hear you again. She's got that checkered flag in hand. Roar of the Rockies Formula One Powerboat Championship. Round number 5 winner here in Formula Lights. The number 12 of Shelby Love going to make her way back, and hopefully we'll have a chance to chat with her and get some insight on what happened down there at the spin in turn 1 and how she was able to get by the 12 of Mark Schmierbach. And she didn't get by him a little bit. She blew the doors off of Mark Schmierbach. She left him in the dust coming out of turn 2 with 7 minutes remaining plus 1 lap here in this Formula Lights main event. She's going to make her way across the far side of the course. And ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you one more time. Put your hands together on the far side of the course over there. Your Formula Lights champion here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. The comeback queen came in 68 points behind the 35 of Mark Schmierbach for the series championship lead. Well, that lead has shrunk considerably. They traded qualifying heats yesterday. Mark got the best of her today, but she finished second, so they were just a handful of points apart going into the final. But she made up some extra ground, probably closing the gap by maybe half a dozen to a dozen points going into the final race of 2025 that will be just east of Houston, Texas, for the battle on the San Jacinto, the final and 6th round of the 2025 season. So she's wrapped up 5 rounds here so far, and now she sets her sight on a series championship that will culminate in Highlands, Texas, at the Baytown Boat Club, just east of Houston, Texas. So if you're looking for something to do in mid-October, things are starting to maybe get a little colder here in Colorado, book a flight to Houston and come out and have some fun with us at the Baytown Boat Club. It's a beautiful, pristine facility, fantastic views, similar to the type of views you get here at the beautiful Water Valley communities here in Windsor, Colorado, and it's going to be an absolute slobber knocker between the 35 of Schmierbach and the 12 of Shelby Love as they head down to Houston in just about a month's time. But she's climbing out of the boat, and we're going to have Tim Siebold get a chance to chat with a young woman who came out and absolutely put on a show and a clinic for the rest of the Formula Light drivers here in 2025 at the Roar of the Rockies. All right, and we're going to set it down now as Tim Siebold is with the 12 of Shelby Love, your Formula Lights champion here at the Roar of the Rockies. Take it away, Tim.
All right, we're with the comeback queen. She just put it on them. Let's talk about this race a little bit. You got a good start, not a great start, and you had to stay on Mark's hip. When you got really close to him, you had to dive on the inside. You half spun it, then you had to collect yourself. Tell me about that a little bit.
Yeah, I was just pushing it as hard as I could. I knew I had to fight the whole race to catch up to him, so I was trying to push it, and then I had to calm down a little bit and just, keep going, and not make those kind of moves until I got a little closer.
Yeah, with a veteran like Mark, he knows how to go through the traffic, but sometimes it's a little easier to go through the lap traffic being the second person.
Yeah, he wants to drive his line, and it's hard when there's a bunch of people in the way, so we both have to pick where we want to go, and he's trying to go through and also holding the off, so it makes it a lot harder than just trying to go through and keep up speed.
Well, the good thing is you got the W here, Windsor, Roar of the Rockies, and you just jumped up. That's a lot of points.
Yeah, hopefully enough points to get us a little closer so we can have another good battle at the next race.
Well, Formula Lights coming down to the last race in Highlands coming up next month, and it's a pressure cooker.
All right, thanks, Tim. It's absolutely going to be a pressure cooker for the 12 of Shelby Love and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Who's going to come out on top? It's going to be a fantastic run, just like it was here between those two top-notch drivers here in Formula Lights. Who's going to come out on top? Well, if you want to find out, you got two ways to do it. Book a flight to Houston, Texas, or smash that subscribe button on our YouTube channel, and you'll get notified when we go live October 10th and 11th in beautiful Highlands, Texas. But right now we're going to take a quick break and say thanks to some fantastic sponsors here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. We'll be right back with the Texas Trihulls and their 20-lap main event here at Pelican Lakes in Windsor, Colorado, in the Water Valley communities for Round 5 of the 2025 season.
Roar of the Rockies 2025 brought to you by Island Lake Marine and Sports, the only on-the-water boat dealership in the entire state of Colorado, allowing you to test drive your next adventure of a lifetime. Whether it's shredding behind a Centurion wake boat, family fun skiing or tubing behind a luxurious Sea Ray, or cruising on your own Godfrey pontoon, Island Lake Marine is your only stop for your on-the-water fun. Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all professionally for a great price. Check them out online at motomarketinggroup.com. PCL Construction. From small renovations to complex billion-dollar projects, from sports arenas to water treatment plants and petrochemical facilities, PCL has you covered. They redefine full service and bring expertise across all project types and at all scales under all procurement models. As innovative solution providers and construction specialists, they leverage their expertise to customize the right approach for your project to exceed your expectations collaboratively and driven with innovation. They are focused on finding the best way forward and elevating your vision of success. PCL Construction. Nobleman Electrical Contracting has long been a cornerstone of the community. Playing a key role in both leadership and development, they are dedicated to paving the way for a more efficient future through cutting-edge ideas, transformative technology, and transparency. Their track record includes numerous projects where they've delivered innovative engineering solutions from residential, commercial, industrial, and testing. They've got you covered at Nobleman. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
As we take a look back on the fantastic class of Formula Lights here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, boy, from the start of the weekend, it was an unbelievable run for a couple of different drivers. The 12 of Shelby Love and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach were trading places all through qualifying. Mark Schmierbach, 2 first place and a second. And then Shelby Love, a first and 2 seconds. And that's when we got to the final. And when we came into the final, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, starting on the pole, did what that veteran driver does every time he gets pole position. He ran that thing all the way down to the far end of the course and got himself out in front. Finding that clean water early on, he started to pull away from the 12 of Shelby Love and really start to make some separation. And as the laps continued along, the 12 of Shelby Love has done what the comeback queen has done all year long. She methodically plotted her way around the race course, nipping a quarter of a second here, a quarter of a second there throughout the first third of the race. And then when we got to that midpoint, she found an opportunity after she spun out almost completely, but had a little bobble down in between turns 1 and 2. But once she got herself collected, she was a woman on a mission. She was dead set on catching the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, and that's exactly what she did. With around 4 minutes remaining in that main event, she tighten up the points here as we come into the next round. What a fantastic Formula Lights final here for the 12 of Shelby Love, your 2025 Roar of the Rockies Formula Lights champion. Hey, Tim. All right, race fans, welcome back. We've got the trihulls on the water, and they are ready to go here for their 20-lap main event here at the Roar of the Rockies 2025. Let's take a look at that starting lineup as they roll 2x2 for their rolling start here at the main event at the Roar of the Rockies. All right, let's take a look as they go down the backside. Again, the trihulls, unlike the modified Le Mans start, do a 2x2 rolling start. And your pole sitter on the inside of row 1, the man who's won the last 3 titles on Texas Trihull, the 17 of Neil Marsh. On the outside of row 2, the 52 of Mason Rinker. On the inside of row 2, the 13 of Grant Schubert. On the outside of row 2, the 69 of Cole Waring. On the inside of row 3, the 26 of Briston Sherman. On the outside of row 3, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. On the inside of row 4, the 12 of Jack Schubert. On the outside of row 4, the 93 of J.B. Jensen. And then rounding out row number 5, on the inside, the 99 of Devin Brown. And the outside, the 3, the rookie of Evan LaBeouf. How about we crown a champion in Formula Lights, ladies and gentlemen? Jet Ski Jared's got him coming down the front stretch. Once he peels off, we're going to look for that green flag from our chief referee, Doug Ray. They're lined up 2x2 as the tensions are mounting. Who's going to come out on top? Will the 17 of Neil Marsh finally be able to grab his first win here in 2025? We're under green flag. He drops it. Here we go. As they go down the front straightaway on the inside, it's the 17 of Neil Marsh. On the outside, it's the 52 of Mason Rinker. Mason's right off his outside hip. Let's see what's going to happen. Turn 1 is always so super important here in Texas Tri-Hall. Oh boy, the 26 of Briston Sherman's all over the 69, and Neil Marsh, the 13 of Grant Schubert, gets knocked down to the inside, and we've got a 2-boat separation with the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 52 of Mason Rinker out in front now. This is going to be a fantastic run here in Texas Tri-Halls, Tim.
Grant half spun it. Then I thought his teammate Mullet was going to take his engine out, but Neil Marsh back in form. Neil is back in form right now.
Absolutely.
He can control the race. He can go where he wants, and it's going to be a tall order for Grant to get around Mason.
Absolutely, and then you look at the 10 of Tanner Rinkers way back there in 6th position. That is not what he's been used to after 3 straight wins here in Texas Tri-Hall. But, boy, you got to imagine the 17 of Neil Marsh is like, okay, I know we're back where we need to be. We're back where we are supposed to be, and he has been working tirelessly on that OMC motor package, and he's really starting to pull away from the crowd.
Briston goes wide, allows Tanner to go up the inside. That got him an extra position he needs.
Absolutely, and he's trying to catch up to the 69 of Waring because he's 1 spot ahead of him. And, of course, our series leader, the 13 of Grant Schubert, sitting in 3rd. Boy, he is driving that thing all over the place, giving it everything he's got, trying to catch the 52 of Mason Rinker.
Well, you got Neil out front. Then you've got a Rinker, an Outlaw, a Rinker.
Oh, absolutely. So, no love lost there. They're going to be all over each other.
They're going to be all over each other.
Boy, but how about the 17 of Neil Marsh? Look at there now. We're on board with the 52 of Mason Rinker as he's got that on dash cam as you see how violent it is inside the cockpit of a Texas Tri-Hull. That's why we call them bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. Boy, Tim, as somebody who's been inside a tunnel boat, which is rough in its own right, but not this rough, can you imagine what type of beating their bodies are taking inside these cockpits?
I've driven a Tri-Hull once, and it is excruciating.
That's one of those ones, I'm good. I'll go back to a tunnel boat, thank you.
I'll tell you what, your back takes a pounding, but right now, that's the last thing on their mind. They're only worried about how am I going to pass whoever's in front of me.
Absolutely.
Grant's trying to pass Mason. Mason's trying to make up on Neil, and then you got Tanner running Mullet down.
Absolutely. They are going to be pushing each other all over the race course. And again, like we talked about in Formula Lights, it's all well and good now, but when we get into lap 15, 16, 17, and they start catching some of those back markers, that's really where we're going to see who is the top cream of the crop here at the Roar of the Rockies in Texas Tri-Hall, because we've seen this in the past. You can be in first place, and all of a sudden you get into those back markers, you make one wrong choice, and you go from first all the way back to 4th or 5th.
Yeah, when they're that tight, it's easy to get shuffled back, especially on the one-pin corners. You'll notice all the other racing we have are running 2-pin corners, while on the tri-hulls, it's 1-pin. So that's a lot tighter. It's a lot harder to get around. So that way you got the high-low move. You can come from the outside, go under the inside, high-low, pass the guy in front of you.
Absolutely. As we stay with the 52 of Mason Rinker, who's trying to track down, there's our leader, the 17, Anil Marsh, the man from Hemlock, Michigan, who's got about 74 sponsors that allow him to come all over the country with us here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And he has been frustrated, Tim. Boy, I don't know if I've seen him a more frustrated Neil Marsh in his entire time running in Texas Trial as he has been here in 2025, but it seems like finally maybe the gremlins have gotten off his back and he's back into championship form here in round 5.
I'll tell you what, though, since they got here, they have been working diligently on the test wheel, tuning that motor in on the test wheel on the ramp. So Neil and his crew are doing a fantastic job, come all the way out of Bay City, Michigan, and they came here to win. Neil's used to winning. And when you don't, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And you can see right now, Mason's pulling up on them. They're starting to get in lap traffic. That could be the difference.
Oh, absolutely. You know, that's exactly what the 52 of Mason Rinker and the 13 of Grant Schubert especially are looking for. They were hoping to get into lap traffic as quickly as possible. Now we got to move here. The 17 of Neil Marsh on the inside. He gets
they
up on
get
top
together.
Of the jack of the 3 of Evan LaBeouf, and the 52 of Mason Rinker goes wide to the outside. They split the difference.
That's what you call a tri-hull traffic jam right there.
Absolutely, but the 52 of Mason Rinker, boy, he cuts right in front.
He half spun it. I don't think he meant to do that.
Well, it looks like it worked out okay, but the 13 of Grant Schubert really starting to close the gap on those top 2 boats, and we're only through 1 back marker. As they come up on more, we're going to see that squeeze, and look at the 52 of Mason Rinker taking an absolute pounding as he tries to do everything he can, find every ounce of power, find the cleanest line, and try to figure out how he can catch the man they call the dude, the number 17, Anil Marsh.
Well, Tanner in the number 10, he keeps trying to go up the inside on Mullet, and there's not been a lot of room there.
No, there hasn't, and you lose so much speed when you have to go just an inch or 2 tighter than that boat wants to. It's amazing how much top-end speed you lose after you get out of the corner if you turn it just a little bit too tight.
J.B. Jensen in the 93, boy, he is just pounding it down the straightaway. This is the roughest I've ever seen this lake.
Absolutely.
Pelican Lake.
It's probably the roughest this lake has ever been, or maybe since the last time the finals was here in 2024. We're on board with the 52 of Mason Rinker. He's continuing to push hard. Look at him just slam right, left. Look at the hands spinning across the wheel. If you guys are
What
here,
a great shot.
Absolutely. If you guys are here in Windsor, you should definitely have your cell phone out with the YouTube channel playing live, because you're not going to see this
Grant's
here live.
got a run on him.
And that's let's see what's going to happen with the 52 of of Mason Rinker. Can he hang on and keep the 13 of Grant Schubert at bay? But he's also got to try to close the gap on the 17 of Neil Marsh. There now Grant goes down to the inside, but as you said earlier, Tim, they think that inside lane is good, but clearly it is not panning out the way they wanted. The question is will they change their approach?
Well, it worked at the beginning of the race before it got this rough. Now the water is that is as rough as it's going to get. That inside move is not working right now.
Absolutely, it's not. So you got to almost try to go to the outside and make the driver in front of you be forced inside by one of the back markers, and that's when you really got to pounce here in the Texas Tri-Hull main event.
You do. I don't know what line you take on a Tri-Hull, because it's just bouncing all over the place, and you got to just keep hammering the throttle, and hopefully you get a little smooth run going in and out of the corner, because that's the trick.
Absolutely. This is chaos. This is controlled chaos on the water here in Texas Tri-Hull as our leader, the 17 of Neil Marsh, now makes his way back around the pin on the north end of the course. Now he's got to deal with Devin Brown.
He's getting stuck on the outside of Devin, cuts back across.
And boy, he's going to have to go through that wake, since that's going to scrub off speed. And look at the 10 of Tanner Rinker now starting to get in the conversation as he's trying to get his way on the podium, because you got to imagine the 10 of Tanner Rinker, even if he doesn't win the race, he's like, I got to beat the 13.
Oh, they hit!
Look out there. Grant gets hammered coming out of turn number 1, and he goes dead in the water down the south end of the course. Oh, boy, that's normally something we're used to seeing the 13 of Grant Schubert on the other side of that melee.
Grant was he was one lane off the pin down there. Tanner jumped in there. They bumped coming out.
Yeah, the Grant Schubert got Grant Schuberted.
Yeah, he just got Grant Schubert.
Boy, and now you see the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Now that adrenaline from getting by the 13 of Schubert, you got to imagine he is all over the 52 of Mason Rinker, his brother. Can he get by his brother and get up next to the 17 of Neil Marsh? Boy, this is the confidence that the 10 of Tanner Rinker has had. I guarantee you the exact reason why he had the guts to make that move on the 13 of Grant.
I want to see if he does it to his brother.
Well, he almost was able to do it as they came down the back straightaway, but now his brother in that 52 machine has started to pull away a little bit more down the straightaway. I don't know if things got rattled a little loose there, or maybe his brain got rattled when he hit the 13 of Schubert, but he doesn't seem to have as much top-end speed out of the north end of the course. But once he's coming back the south end of the course, he really starts to gain ground. So they're going to be playing that game of cat and mouse here for the final 4 laps. But the question is, can any of them catch Neil Marsh?
Well, right now Neil's holding his own with the 4 strokes right behind him, the Mercury XS's, and he's looking extremely good. But guess what? I think Tanner knows that he's in a position where he's ahead of Grant, and he doesn't necessarily have to pass the 2 ahead of him.
No, it's more important for him to stay in that 3rd place than it would be to try to do something risky to capture just a few more points moving up 1 spot into second.
No, and that's the difference between winning a championship and losing one.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Hey, anybody can have a good weekend and win a battle, but if you really want to win the war, you got to do all the smart moves at the moments when your brain's telling you to do the risk. These guys are all out here trying to win. They always want to win, but it's hard to be able to tell your brain, hey, let's back off a little bit, let's play smart here, as the 13 of Grant Schubert was tried to play smart down there, but he got the best of him. 10 of Tanner Rinker got the best of him down there at the south end of the course, and we continue to push hard as he's all over his brother. And there's the white flag for the 17 of Neil Marsh. 1 lap left here in this Texas Tri-Hall main event.
Right there, 1st through 3rd, all within 2 seconds.
Oh, boy, look at that there. Now Tanner went down to the inside. I'm surprised he laid off there. It looks like he maybe was worried he wasn't going to be able to turn tight enough, and he's got Mullet coming up on him, and he doesn't want to give any points to the 69 of Cole Waring because Cole's sitting in 5th, top 5 in points. But, ladies and gentlemen, this man has won 3 titles in the last 3 years. His first win here in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, your Texas Tri-Hall champion, number 17, the dude, Mr. Neil Marsh. Fantastic run by the 52 of Mason Rinker. He comes in solid 2nd, and the 10 of Tanner Rinker finally doesn't win a Texas Tri-Hall main event. Finishing on the podium, it's a Rinker Marsh podium here with the Neil Marsh, 17 of Neil Marsh doing a fantastic job here on this race weekend. He takes a 2-stroke at altitude and runs away from a field that's 80% 4 strokes that are dynamically fuel injected and have the ability to have maximum horsepower here at altitude. But that's why he spent so much time test wheeling that motor this weekend to really dial that 2-stroke in, because he knew there was going to be no way he was going to have a chance to win that title if he didn't win here this weekend in Windsor, Colorado, here at round number 5. What a fantastic run there, and what some great onboard footage with the 52 of Mason Rinker. Fantastic run for that young driver after a 2-month hiatus, spending some time in Singapore with his new real adult job. But what a great run. He's going to be feeling fantastic after this race, gain some great points, hopefully move himself inside the top 10 here in the Texas Tri-Hall division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship season. But right now, the man with a grin on his face from one ear to the other is the man who has literally come in and won almost every race in a season. He's the 3-time defending series champion here on Texas Tri-Hall in the Formula One Powerboat Championship season, and he's trying to make it 4. But let's take a look at our full grid standings here in this 20-lap final. Your winner again, the man who's going to go collect the checkered flag now and make one more lap around this beautiful facility here in Water Valley. But the 17 of Neil Marsh is your winner. The 52 of Mason Rinker, less than 1 second behind. 2 seconds behind the leader, Neil Marsh, was the driver in 3rd. That was the 10 of Tanner Rinker, followed by the 69 of Cole Waring in 4th. Then it's the 26 of Briston Sherman in 5th. Right behind him, the 93 of J.B. Jensen, winner of qualifying Heat 1, ends up in 6th position. And then in 7th position, after battling for 3rd with the 10 of Tanner Rinker, he was on the wrong end of a tight battle down in turn 1, and he ended up getting shuffled all the way back to 7th place. That's the 13 of Grant Schubert. But he was able to beat his brother, because in 8th place, that's the other half of the Schubert clan. That's the number 12 of Jack Schubert, followed by the 99 of Devin Brown and the 3 of Evan LaBeouf. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you one more time as he comes back around the island here with that checkered flag in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Roar of the Rockies winner here in Texas, Trihull, the number 17. They call him the dude, Mr. Neil Marsh. And I love he drives by the judges stand. He points right at me. He's like, because he told me this week, and he's, listen, I'm coming for these boys this weekend. I'm sick and tired of this 3rd, 4th, and 5th crap. I'm a winner. I'm born to win. I've won 3 titles in a row. And if they think I'm going to give up that belt, because for the Texas Trihull, we have a championship belt, much like a WWE belt that they wear, he's not giving that up. He did not want to give it up, and he was going to make darn sure that when it came down to Houston, Texas for the final race, the battle on the San Jacinto, he was going to be in a position to go back to back to back to back. And that, in this class especially, is extremely hard to do. It looks like he's finally going to make his way out of the roll cage inside that Glastron Trihull. Hop out of there. Super excited, and we're going to have a chance to chat with the driver that is your 2025 Roar of the Rockies champion. He's down there with Managing Director Tim Siebold. Boy, Tim, that's got to be one excited Neil Marsh.
Guys, I got to put it out to you and your team. From the time you showed up in Windsor, you guys have been working on it, dialing it in on the ramp. Great job.
Yeah, Tim, we went to Alton, and we had to get a new power head there. And we had a couple bugs in it, right? So we weren't happy with the finishes there, and we didn't have a lot of time to get to Marble Falls and get wrenching on it. So we used that as a good test session and went back home. And Brian and Sam and Jim, Evan at the machine shop, my beautiful wife, my whole team, we grind, man. We worked a lot of late nights in that barn, a lot of tedious things that they got to listen to me do. And we got her, man. We pulled out up the trailer, and we knew we had something for him this time.
Well, you know, in the heat races, you just kept being consistent, worked your way up, and then it gave you the pull for the final. Once you're on pole, then you can kind of control the race.
Yeah, you hope so. These guys are fast behind me, and this field here has never been better. And I say that a lot, but it has never been better now. The whole lineup of 4-strokes coming to chew me up, but guess what? This thing that smokes, it ain't no joke, baby. We're good to go. So we're having fun. We're keeping this thing alive, and I guarantee you, if we got this kind of speed up here at 5,000 feet, you better watch out in Texas, baby, because we're going to have some heat.
There you go. Neil Marsh, winner of Roar of the Rockies, looking for more at the next round in Highlands, Texas.
All right, look at how excited the 17 of Neil Marsh is. What a fantastic run for that driver. Giving a big hug to Managing Director Tim Siebold. He's a man who wears his emotions on his sleeve. When he's mad, you know it. When he's happy, you know it. And right now, there is nobody happier in this facility than that man as you see him there give his wife a hug. They had the whole crew make their way down from Hemlock, Michigan. It's a long drive out here, and man, is he excited. Well, we'll be right back with the conclusion of the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. We've got the Formula Ones coming up next, right after a few words from our sponsors.
Roar of the Rockies 2025 brought to you by Pepsi Zero. The Pepsi Challenge is back for its 50th anniversary here in 2025, this time proving that Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better and is more refreshing than Coke Zero Sugar. The Taste Tour 2025 is on, and Zero never tasted so good.
Racing Communications. They're radios for racing.
A fantastic title sponsor here in 2025 at Roar of the Rockies, TST Incorporated Consulting Engineers. Operating in northern Colorado for more than 40 years, TST is a professional team of talented individuals who believe in collaboration and turning ideas into constructed reality. Through decades of project experience in both the public and private sectors, they are able to understand the concerns of the community as well as developers. TST turns their clients' vision into reality by providing value-added engineering solutions, being experts in community design and development, as well as specializing in complex projects where innovative solutions are key to the project's success. Mercury Racing, Proud to introduce the Apex platform of engines and the 250 APX competition outboard to Formula One Powerboat Championship Racing. This new 4.6-liter V8 model offers added torque and acceleration to take race teams to the next level. Let's welcome Mercury Racing 250 APX to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We'd like to give a big thank you to some fantastic sponsors here at Roar of the Rockies 2025. Ram Waste, Ready Ice, the Rogers Group, Sukup Bush, Southern Distribution, The Great Outdoors RV, the Water Valley Company, and our ticket platform for Roar of the Rockies, Tixer.
All right, race fans. Well, what a fantastic 20-lap main event it was there in Texas Trihall. As we get the Formula Ones in the water, boy, you know, these guys are living life on the ragged edge. We call this the danger piece. Let's take a look at what it's like to be a Formula One driver and the dangers that come along with going 120-plus miles an hour.
This is not your average Sunday drive. This is Formula One Powerboat Racing, one of the hardest, most unforgiving sports on the planet. At over 120 miles per hour, you're not driving on the water, you're skimming above it. The boat barely touches the surface, just inches of air between control and catastrophe. And that surface, it's rarely calm. It twists with currents and chop, waves rebounding off seawalls, swirl around barges, and shift with every gust of wind. It's alive, and it's unpredictable. There are no brakes, no runoffs, no catch fences, just raw horsepower, razor-sharp reflexes, and water that can turn to concrete in an instant. One mistake, one misjudged bounce, and it's over. One rogue wave, one hidden wake, one split-second decision made under pressure, and the boat is airborne, cartwheeling through the sky, or even worse, vanishing beneath a wall of spray.
To get to the top of the podium, you have to push it to the edge. And, you know doing that has its risks. And, that is part of being a F1 driver. You know that you have to push it to the edge. Your crew chief's pushing you to the edge. You've done all this testing and performance stuff to be able to do it. And, as a rinker, I think that's just instilled in me. It seems like every rinker is always pushing it to the edge, so I'm proud of that.
Drivers read the water like it's a map, but the map keeps changing. They fight the current, dodge debris, and calculate risk, corner by corner, lap by lap, and breath by breath. It's a race within the race, against time, against fear, against the elements. And when the race turns south, when the machines fail, or the rivers win, it's the rescue crews who answer the call. Divers, drivers, and medics who train for the worst day every day. They don't make the headlines, but they make survival possible. Seconds count, lives hang in the balance.
This is Jerry Rinker, a survivor. At the last race in Port Neches, I came into the turn, and I was headed to the finish line, and the next thing I knew, the boat went over. The divers were there in like 15 seconds, and I knew all along that they would be there for me.
Because this sport demands everything. Courage, instinct, total commitment, and gives nothing back easily.
So, every time we go out there, our course is ever-changing, so you can prepare as much as you want. But really, it falls back on we rely on all of our safety equipment and the guys behind us, because no matter all the time and preparation you put into it, it's not if you crash, but when.
This is fear, adrenaline, and precision, balanced on the edge of chaos. This is not your average Sunday drive.
All right, race fans, welcome back here as we've got the Formula Ones on the water. But right before we get started here with this Formula One main event, I want you guys all here locally in Windsor, Colorado, go to F1PowerboatChampionship.com and vote for your favorite driver. I checked last night. We had a two-way tie with almost 300 votes for the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and the 52 of Chris Rinker. Who is going to be the favorite driver? Well, if you're here locally, make sure you go to F1PowerboatChampionship.com. If wherever you are watching our show on YouTube, make sure you take a picture of that QR code. Open up your camera, put it in front of that QR code. It'll bring you right to our main page, and you can vote for your favorite driver here at the Roar of the Rockies 2025. And again, don't forget, those of you who are locally, right after the conclusion of the Formula One main event, we're going to have a driver's autograph session and our award ceremony. On the way there, make sure you pick up your favorite hat, shirt, and heck, if you got a Sharpie, go grab it out of the car, because you can get that shirt autographed by all the fantastic drivers here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It's going to be a fantastic award ceremony. It's going to be a fantastic driver session, so make sure you vote for your favorite driver. Again, go to F1PowerboatChampionship.com right on our main page and vote for who you think is the best driver on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
For over 3 decades, one engine ruled the waters. The shriek of the Mercury 2.5-liter V6 two-stroke became the soundtrack of speed, precision, and dominance. From dock to podium, the two-stroke was king. But time waits for no legend. In 2025, the tides are shifting. Enter the Mercury APX 250, a 4.6-liter V8 four-stroke powerhouse built for a new era of dominance. With a series victory in 2024, is change already racing ahead? Will the veteran two-stroke reclaim its crown? Or is this the dawn of a new dynasty? As the battle at the top evolves, the action across the series is just as fierce. From the Texas trihulls, where raw grit meets unpredictable water warfare, to the Formula Lights, where the next generation of champions cut their teeth, and of course, the Formula Ones, 120-mile-an-hour ballet of precision and nerve, where the boats fly, the stakes are high, and only the bold survive. This is more than a championship. It's a revolution on water. This is the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Roar of the Rockies is host of Round 5 for the 2025 F1 Powerboat Championship here in Windsor, Colorado. This weekend, we are bringing 3 different styles of racing. We have the F1, we have the Formula Lights, and we have the trihulls. This year's championship fight is coming to a boiling point in all of the divisions. The F1 points are razor thin, with only 13 points separating the top 3. Chris Rinker is leading the points, followed by Dustin Terry and Jeremiah Mayo. It's not about what they have or haven't done this season. It's coming down to what they will do from this point forward. Get ready, race fans, as once again in the Formula Light categories, Mark Schmierbach is going to be battling it out with Shelby Love. In our tri-hull category, our points have been jumbled this year, as our 2024 high points champion is now sitting in 4th place. Tanner Rinker has 3 straight wins, trying to push Grant Schubert off of the top podium spot. This course is unlike any other course, with mile-high altitude. Thin air robbing valuable engine horsepower. The fuel-injected Mercury Racing APX 250 automatically optimizes its air intake for high altitude, while the old-school 2.5 V6 Mercury carbureted motors demands meticulous jet tuning to even come close to what the APX has done on its own. Setup will be everything, and if the 2.5 stock can launch off the starting dock, can it hold it all the way to the checkered flag? This is high-speed chess with mountain backdrops. Every heat, every lap, every decision will help determine who will become the F1 champion. Northern Colorado fans, are you ready? The roar of the Rockies, where the mountains are high, the boats are loud, and the fans are excited. We're here for the F1 Powerboat Championship.
Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to the 2025 Roar of the Rockies here in beautiful Windsor, Colorado. I am Thomas Yarbrough. They call me the Noise of the North, and switching things up a little bit, joining me here for the main event at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, 5-time Roar of the Rockies champion himself and managing director of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, Mr. Tim Siebel. Tim, thanks for joining me today. I'm super excited for this unbelievable event here in Formula One at the foothills of the Colorado Rockies.
Oh, my gosh. I always love coming back to Windsor. You know, all the great people, Martin and his staff over at Water Valley and back on Pelican Lake. So it's like a homecoming for me. The sun's come out. The F1 boats are on the water. They're getting ready to race. How better could it be?
Yeah, it's going to be hard-pressed to make it any better, and it's going to be a fantastic race as we come into round 5 here with the points, and everybody's all over each other. You look at the 52 of Chris Rinker. Had a struggle in round 1 that we've talked about, but he has been on a tear since then. The 17 of Dylan Anderson making up some ground after a rough mistake in his opening round of the 2025 season. And then there's the defending champion, Dustin Terry, sitting in second, and only 6 points behind him, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in third. We are going to have an absolute doozy of an afternoon here in Formula One.
It's going to be a barn burner because, you know, the weather is absolutely perfect. So whether you're running a 4-stroke Apex or a 2-stroke 2.5, everybody's going to be competitive, and that means it's going to be extremely hard to get around the guy ahead of you.
Absolutely, and as we've been talking about this weekend, the weather is so much more of a factor with this thin air at 5,000 feet. And what you were telling me earlier this morning as we were getting prepared was the weather today is actually benefiting the 2.5-liter 2-stroke package as it's able to maybe close that gap a little bit on that dynamically fuel-injected 4.6-liter V8 APX Mercury 4-stroke.
Well, the weather is definitely better. The air's better for making horsepower. So without the for the 2.5 carb, you know, the adjustability isn't as good as an Apex. So that is a benefit for them today. But guess what? The package to beat is on pole.
Absolutely. The package to beat is absolutely on pole, and that is a driver who has found himself on pole numerous times here in 2025. We touched on it briefly. He had an error, accident, if it will, in round 1 at Port Neches. He had to relinquish his points, but since then, he's won multiple times, and he's still only 77 points out of first place here. And if he can go wire to wire from that pole position, the 17 of Dylan Anderson could find himself in a really, really good place for our final round just about a month from now, just east of Houston at the Battle on the San Jacinto.
Well, and one additional thing on Dylan Anderson, he just happened to win this race last year.
Absolutely. So he knows how to get around this course here on Pelican Lakes well. He knows how to get out in front of the 2.5s. He knows how to run it down the straightaways, and it's going to be fun to watch here in 2025. The question is can he run from the pole, get out in front early, and run this thing wire to wire? Because when you look behind him, there are a ton of top-notch talent looking to knock him off that top spot.
There is. Start is going to be critical today. They've got to get off the dock clean. They've got to get through 1 and 2 without any incidents with the other boats. And then they've got to navigate through 1 and 2 after all the boats leave the dock, because it's going to be extremely rough there.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our starting lineup here for the main event in Formula One at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. And the man on the pole, your defending champion here at Roar of the Rockies, he's out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Nashville Marine. Low Carb Performance, XS Batteries, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. Behind him, his best start in a final in his young career. He's running for Captain Mark's Seafood and Bastrop Marina. In second off the start pontoon, the number 13 of Grant Schubert. In third, off the dock, the man who was your defending champion from 2024. They call him the Dustman out of Houma, Louisiana, running for Plash Lighting and Story Path Creative, the number 1 of Dustin Terry. Fourth off the start pontoon, he's the man sitting atop the points coming into the Roar of the Rockies. He's out of Spring, Texas, running for Mastercraft Boats and PCL Construction, the number 52 of Chris Rinker. Behind him, fifth off the start pontoon, one of his best starts so far in his young career as well, the 29 of Jared Jensen in that Island Lake Marine machine. Then it's the 24 of Spencer Love in that Clover Construction sponsored entry coming sixth, followed by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in seventh. He's got to make up some ground because he came in third in points, and he's starting all the way back in seventh. In eighth, the lone Canadian in the field, the man out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, the number 22 of Kyle Maskell. And rounding out the field here for the Roar of the Rockies in 2025 in Formula One, the number 99 of Travis Yates. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, how about we crown a champion here as we are just about to get underway, coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute as these cockpit lids close and the pressure ratchets up here as they are getting ready to fire these motors off the shores of the Pelican Lakes. Who's going to come out on top? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Will the 17 of Dylan Anderson get a good jump? Those 4 strokes maybe don't get off the beach as well as those 2 strokes, and he's got to watch out because the 13 Grant Schubert is right next to him. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Then it's the 1 of Dustin Terry. Can he come off like a rocket? He did in the final qualifying heat. Can he do it again? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will 52 of Chris, the real deal Rinker, figure it out here and ride it all the way to victory and stay on top of the points? Let's crown a champion here in Colorado. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. The flag is up. Boy, I really thought the 13 of Grant Schubert was going to get a better jump off the dock there, but what a fantastic run down to the first pin for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's out in that clean water. Wide to the outside's the 1 of Dustin Terry. They come off at turn number 4 to start lap 1. Boy, what a great run off the dock there that was for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. That might have been one of the best 4-stroke starts I've seen to date.
Fantastic start by both Dylan and Dustin. Dylan goes wide because he hits the rough water coming from the boats off at the dock. Chris Rinker hits it. and that puts Dustin right up on his tail.
Boy, you saw the 17 of Anderson go wide, and it's like as soon as the one of Terry saw him skip it all, he hammered it down to the inside, and we are going to have a drag race down the back straightaway. But the 17 of Dylan Anderson able to go the inside to lane 1, go short way around the course, and hang on to that top spot. But boy, he's got a rear view mirror full of that all black, gold and purple trim number 1 of Dustin Terry.
Well, when they're coming down the front straightaway like that, and you see the guy in front of you skip out, you've got to be committed to staying on that lane and ducking underneath, and that's what Dustin did. Dustin's in a good spot, but they're all kind of feeling it out right now.
Absolutely they are. That clean water is still in the hands of the 17 of Dylan Anderson. We've talked about it in all of our other classes here throughout the race weekend. Boy, once they get into the later stages of this 17-minute plus 1 lap, that's where things are really going to get interesting. The real question is can the one of Dustin Terry hang with the 17 of Dylan Anderson? Because remember, this is the same exact finish we had last year. 17 of Anderson in first, the one of Terry in second. You got to think that the one of Dustin Terry does not want to bring home his second place trophy here at Roar of the Rockies over the past 2 years.
No, he doesn't. He won the heat race today, and he is on a mission to catch Dylan. So I'm just kind of watching those two, and then I'm watching also Grant Schubert and Chris Rinker, because they're kind of jockeying for position and running 2 totally different lines with 2 totally different engine packages.
Absolutely, but how about these camera views as they come down the front straightaway? You can see that air packing under the tunnel as they come cruising at speeds in excess of 115 miles an hour. Now we're going to jump overhead with the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's looking to go tight into turn 1. Boy, a lot tighter than I expected him in that APX motor package, but he recognizes if he doesn't go the shortest way around the course, all he's going to be doing is giving up ground to the one of Dustin Terry.
Well, we've got 2 different lines. Dylan is going into turn 3, putting it tight, running a short straightaway between 3 and 4, where Dustin's running in deep on 3 and making it 1 turn and coming back and sliding it through 4.
Absolutely. Boy, I think that might be a little bit reminiscent of that diamond style. Come in tight and slide your way out down the straightaway, then back to the corner that was mastered by none other than your father, number 7, Mr. Bill Siebold. He was an absolute master at it, and it seems like these guys, with him and you and all the videos they've watched for all the years, they've really got those different lines out on the race course dialed in here this afternoon.
You know what? That was then, this is now. These are the guys that get it done. You can see Grant Schubert struggling a little bit with the extra weight of a full fuel load, so he's trying to fly it more than he did in the heat race to keep that performance up on top end.
Absolutely. Now, is that going to benefit him as they get a little bit lighter? He can now go a lot tighter through those turns, and because he's got that 2.5-liter package on the back, is that going to help him try to stay ahead of the 52 of Chris Rinker?
Well, I think right now it's hurting him, and we'll see as he runs some fuel out, it might get better for him.
But boy, the 17 of Dylan Anderson is really starting to pull away from this driver right here on the screen. That's the number 1 of Dustin Terry as he comes out of a turn number 2. Sets it back on its tail, lays the nose back down, 100, 105, 110 plus miles an hour as he wheels it down the back straightaway. But boy, the 17 of Dylan Anderson is really starting to grow that lead, almost 4 seconds, and we're less than 5 minutes into this main event here in Formula One.
Well, there's a long way to go, and we'll see what happens once we started getting in to some of the back traffic. That is going to throw the curveball at number 17.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what Dustin Terry's hoping for, because like you said, when you go through back markers, where you want to be is in that second spot. So if he can close that gap a little bit, he might have an opportunity to pounce on the 17 of Dylan Anderson as he's got to punch his way through some of those back markers as we get into the later stages of the main event here in Formula One.
Well, Dustin needs to get a little closer so he can apply pressure to Dylan. So that way when they do come up on back markers, Dylan has to make a split-second decision, and Dustin's going to hope that it's the wrong one.
Absolutely. Then we shuffle back to third and fourth as we see overhead here. The 13 of Grant Schubert. I got to say, the growth of this young driver in Formula One has been absolutely fantastic because Chris, the real deal.
Look at how he's flying it.
He has absolutely got that thing on the limit, as Jonathan Jones would say, as he's pushing hard down into 1 and 2. But you can see it's not like the 52 of Chris Rinker is going anywhere anytime soon. He is absolutely wheeling that thing as well, as they are going to be battling it out for the remainder of this 11 minutes and 46 seconds plus 1 lap main event. That is going to be a fantastic run, and that's one of the great things about the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It's never just a battle for first. You got battles all over the course for all positions, because every point is worth so much here in Formula One.
You do. You got a battle going on between Mayo and Jensen. Look how close they are coming out of 4.
Oh, absolutely. They are all over. It's got these little groups, right? You got Terry and Anderson. You've got
and Spencer's in there too.
Right, and he's hoping to work his way up. He wants those two to battle each other, and he'll just quietly sneak into the conversation. And that's when a veteran like the 24 of Spencer Love, who is our 2022 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series champion, he knows, hey, I'll let those two battle it. I'll slowly close the gap, and then he can pounce on them, hopefully, before the end of this main event here in Formula One.
Veteran drivers versus youth drivers out there, guys with a ton of experience, guys with not much of experience. So they're just all trying to find that line that makes them quicker than everybody else. So once we get to this point in the race, the water's turning up a little bit. The drivers need to drop their motors down a little bit, drop the prop in the water more to give them more bite to hold the boat over the rough water.
And that's one of the benefits that these Formula One drivers have over some of our other classes. They don't only have the in and out trim, but they also have that up and down trim. How much more beneficial is that in you dialing in your setup in the race, Tim?
It helps out a lot, because that way it gives you adjustability. And with the fluid course, rooster tails, spray, not being able to see, you got to have adjustability.
Absolutely. As we see the 22 of Kyle Maskell moves wide to the outside, as he's struggled a little bit with his 2.5-liter setup, allowing the 13 of Grant Schubert to get by, but he's continually got those rear view mirrors filled with that bright yellow Mastercraft PCL machine of Chris Rinker as they come out of turns 3 and 4. And look at him. He has just absolutely got that thing on its tail, dancing as he coming down the front straightaway. He's doing everything he can to hold off the hard charger of Chris Rinker as they go down the front straightaway down into turn number 1.
They're going through 1 and 2, staying about the same. I think Grant is running the line that Chris wants to run. Same way up front. You've got first and second with Dylan and Dustin, number 17 versus number 1. This is how they finished last year, and this is not the outcome that Dustin is looking for.
Not at all. But at the end of the day, as long as he can keep himself ahead of Chris Rinker, he knows he's still got one race left here. But this man wants to win the championship. He's the defending champion, and he does not want to see the backside of that blue and black Hoffman for the second year in a row. But right now, that's what he's got to deal with. He's got a 3.5-second deficit that he's got to overcome. And you're right, Tim. Coming out of turn 4, you can see the 17 of Anderson goes out into lane 3, and every time Dustin comes out of turn 4, he's like, crap, I got to go down to the inside. He sets it hard, and he's losing a little bit of speed and a little bit of time every time he's got to do it.
Well, he's taking different lines all the time, and that's what you have to do. You can't pass the guy in front of you running the same line as he does. So you got to run a different line, try different things. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And that's where your crew chief and your spotter come into play. So they can tell you if you're gaining or you're losing versus the guy ahead of you.
Absolutely. There's so little visibility inside that cockpit. How important is the spotter and your radio man out there when you're running here, especially in the main event?
You got rooster tails coming off the back of the boat, 100 foot plus. You can't see on the other side of it. That is crucial to have a spotter.
Absolutely. We'll continue to push now. The 1 of Dustin Terry's making his way down the back straightaway, trying to catch the man right there as we fly overhead. The 17 of Dylan Anderson, 3.725 second lead for the driver out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Anderson Marine. Can he hang on, or will the number 1 of Dustin Terry be able to close that gap?
Oh!
Whoa, look out there, the 29 of Jared Jensen. Ooh, he almost blew that thing over. Boy, he got real squirrely. Looks like we lost one buoy, but we didn't lose them both.
He hit the buoy. He was trying to go from a high-low move, go from the outside, go inside, and when he did, he clipped the yellow buoy. It got underneath him and almost blew him over.
Well, thankfully, we've still got one buoy left in the corner, so we don't got to worry about a restart, which is probably exactly what Dylan Anderson is hoping for, not what Dustin Terry is working for. But as we roll over the head of the 29 of Jared Jensen, a long-running joke here is he's pretty good at taking out those buoys. Looks like he's got another one.
That's a shame. He had a great run going, fighting for 4th place with Jeremiah Mayo. Oh, what a shame. But you know what? They got a great team over at Island Lake Marine, and they'll come back from it.
Absolutely. And I got to say, from what we saw at round 1 when he wrecked his all-green Hoffman Formula 1 to now, a completely different driver, the 29 of Jared Jensen.
He's growing as a driver. He's progressing. He's learning, and that's all you can ask for. It takes time to figure out how to drive these boats, and he is on the fast pace.
Absolutely. As we see the 17 of Dylan Anderson go down into turns 1 and 2, he gets by the 24 of Spencer Love, but now we're getting into some of those faster back markers. It's going to take a lot longer for the 17 of Dylan Anderson, and if you're looking at our live stream, the gap between our leader and the one of Dustin Terry reflects that. We're now under 3 seconds, 2.844 seconds between the 17 of Dylan Anderson, and that, I have a feeling, is just going to get closer, because for him to try to get by the 29 of Jared Jensen or the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo is going to be a very tall order for our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
It is. He's coming up. Dylan's coming up on Jensen, and I don't think that's going to be a problem for him, because Jensen he hit a buoy, and that gives a little leeway for him now, because he's not going to have to fight to get past the number 29.
Absolutely. As they go down into turns number 3, now off 3, Dylan Anderson going to the inside, 5 minutes, 29 seconds, plus 1 lap remaining here in this main event. Now Anderson's got to go down to the inside. Jensen's hanging out there in lane number 3. That's not the line the 17 of Dylan Anderson wants. But he's got to make sure to get clear. The 29 of Jensen now moving wide to the outside and allowing the 17 of Dylan Anderson to take that inside line on the opening turn. Justin Terry now 4+ seconds back. Boy, what a great run on that lap it was for the 17 of Dylan Anderson, as he was able to gain ground on the one of Dustin Terry while passing the back marker, the number 29 of Jared Jensen, after he took a lap. If he took a hit down there on turn number 2, as they continue to push hard down the back straightaway. The 17 of Dylan Anderson now coming out of turns 3 and 4. He crosses the start-finish line. 4 minutes remaining.
4 minutes remaining. Dylan Anderson in control. He's able to run wherever he wants to run on the course right now. He's not dictated by somebody else in front of him. So it's making it a little easier on him than it is on Dustin.
Absolutely, and we go back to that battle we see there. Look at the 52 of Chris Rinker just get doused down by the 13 of Grant Schubert. What a great run by that young driver. He continually impresses me as he's moving his lines and moving all over the course and doing a great job at holding our points leader back off the podium here, and this will be the first non-podium finish in the last 4 rounds if things shake out this way for the 52 of Chris Rinker, and that's got to be frustrating, especially when you come in leading the points.
Chris climbed back into the championship with consistent finishes. Now let's see what happens down in this corner with Maskell.
He goes way
Maskell
wide to the
goes
outside.
to the outside, didn't affect the 2, no problem.
But you also saw Chris Rinker trying to make sure he left enough room, got into the wash a little bit of the rooster tail, the 13 of Schubert, and boy, it does not take very long, Tim, to be in that rooster tail to really see some of the power diminish in your Formula 1, does it?
It sure does. You don't want that water spray. You don't want it on your motor. You don't want it to make your motor cough, sneeze, anything, because you need optimal performance.
Absolutely, as we continue to stay overhead with the 13 of Grant Schubert and the 52 of Chris Rinker as they go down to the south end of the course now, down through 1. Rinker staying on his outside hip as he continues to push hard to try to get on the podium and get by the 13 of Grant Schubert. But look at there, the lead now for that man right there, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, is now grown to 4.86 seconds. But here's the problem. You see that number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's sitting in 5th position. I apologize, the 13 of Grant Schubert looks like he had some damage to his transponder, so Grant Schubert is not 21 laps down. He is sitting in 3rd position right now, but the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in 5th is going to make it very, very difficult for the 17 of Dylan Anderson, and he's not going to give him an inch, because for 2 reasons. One, he's trying to collect as many points as possible. He is only 60-some points ahead of the 17 of Dylan Anderson. The other reason, well, his teammates trying to catch the 17 of Dylan Anderson and try to get a ton of extra points, but it looks like the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo recognizes he's got to move over and give that inside line to the 17 of Anderson, and he does so as they go out of turns 1 and 2. That lead now 5.87 seconds. Boy, Tim, it doesn't seem like anybody, especially the one of Dustin Terry, has got an answer for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's running a great line, but no matter if he's passing fast back markers or not, the 17 of Anderson just continuing to grow that lead over the one of Dustin Terry.
Very consistent, running nice, conservative, doesn't have to get the boat out of shape, and it's about clicking off the same lap times, lap after lap.
Absolutely, and that's where his team comes in, because they're feeding him that data into his ears while he's running around this course, making sure he does those consistent lap times. And sure enough, now we're grown to 6 seconds. Boy, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, boy, you know, we talked about it early in the year. He's been second a lot. He's been third a lot in the season championships. It looks like he's doing everything again to make sure that changes here in 2025.
Well, that's going to jump him up in the points for the championship. But the real struggle right now is Chris Rinker working for that, trying to get into that third position from Grant Schubert. Grant's done a great job all day. Chris has got a little bit of a run going on him right now.
Absolutely. You see him coming down the front straightaway, packing the air under those tunnel holes. One 2.5 liter V6, one 4.6 liter V8 4-stroke. As they come out of turns 1 and 2, Rinker just can't seem to get out of the wash of the 13 at Grant Schubert. And I have a feeling that that's a lot of not only years watching a lot of powerboat racing, but listen to a lot of fantastic drivers in that Schubert family, giving him a lot of good tips. And now he's applying those perfectly out here on the race course.
He is. Grant comes from a racing family, grandfather, father, uncle, now his younger brother also. But Chris is trying to stay out of that white water that's behind Grant, because that's got more air in it, and it makes your prop slip more.
Absolutely. It really kills your power, but we got less than 1 minute remaining here. 15 seconds plus 1 lap, so our leader comes out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see that green flag go down. The white flag comes out. Go fast.
White
turn
flag.
left just 4 more times for the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
1 more lap for the leader. Dustin, at this point, wants to salvage the second place points. Grant Schubert still in a fight, and Chris Rinker's trying to make something happen, a miracle on the last lap.
Absolutely. It's been done before, but right now our leader coming out of turn number 3. Off of 3 now. He goes tight off of 4, puts it on its tail as he's coming and walking it down the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag here for the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson.
Oh, man, it is great to see legendary driver Johnny Sanders, factory boat racer from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, waving the checkered flag for us today.
Absolutely. So fun to have Johnny here this weekend. A great run by Dustin Terry, but not enough in the tank to find the top spot, but a solid second place finish for the number 1 of Dustin Terry. And then the 13 of Grant Schubert gets himself on the podium here in Formula One. What a fantastic run it was for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's boogieing down to get his checkered flag and make his victory lap. Again, don't go anywhere, fans. Immediately following the 17 of Dylan Anderson making his parade lap, we're going to have all our drivers over in the vendor village signing autographs. We got an award ceremony. Don't forget to pick up your Formula One Powerboat Championship Series merch and all the other fantastic things here as we wrap up the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. What a fantastic run. What a fantastic run it was. Let's take a look at our F1 race results here for the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Well, he's grabbing that checker flag now, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He wins here for the second year in a row and finishing in second for the second year in a row, the number 1 of Dustin Terry, followed by the 13 of Grant Schubert in third, the 52 of Chris Rinker in fourth, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in sixth, the 24 of Spencer Love in seventh, the number 29 of Jared Jensen in 8th, the 22 of Kyle Maskell in 9th. And rounding out the field here, the number 99 of Travis Yates. But ladies and gentlemen, as he comes across the aisle, let me hear you one more time, loud and proud, ladies and gentlemen, for the second year in a row, your 2025 Formula One champion here at Roar of the Rockies, round 5 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, the driver out of Nashville, Tennessee, number 17, Dylan Anderson. He's doing some donuts out there. Super happy as this young man have to be. What a fantastic run here for the second year in a row. He captures victory in that beautiful blue and black Anderson Marine machine with that big old APX 4.6 liter V8 4-stroke on the back. The new age is here. The dawn has come and gone, and the APX will be the power plant of the future. And Dylan Anderson showing everybody exactly why the consistency, the power, and the overall performance of that motor package on the back of that Hoffman Formula One designed specifically for the APX is going to be the motor package of the future. And so excited for this young driver as he is going to be right in the thick of things come our final round of 2025 at our final race at the Battle on the San Jacinto. But right now, let's send it down to our start dock, where our managing director, Tim Siebold, is with your 2025 Formula One champion here at Roar of the Rockies, Dylan Anderson. Take it away, Tim.
Dylan, back-to-back championships at Roar of the Rockies, Windsor. Very difficult place to win it, much less back it up.
Yeah, I mean, boat's a rocket ship. The guys are making sure it's ready to go. Couldn't thank the team any more than I already do, but I know I need to thank them more. Couldn't thank the sponsors enough. Elite Recreational Finance getting us here. Anderson Marine, XS Power Batteries keeping us powered up. C2 Machine getting all the machine work we need done on anything for the boat. Low Carb Performance. Those guys are the reason I'm able to get in there and drive.
So you got a great start. You got the launch you wanted. In lane 1 on pole. You come around for the first lap after all the boats take off. What happened?
There's just a decent little roller in the turn. I said, oh, wasn't expecting that. But boat settled down, and we got back going, so it was all right.
That was a pucker moment.
Yeah, it was puckered for sure. I never need to make a new seat.
Well, you know, I know your mom and dad, Ray and Joy, they got to be super happy. I know you are. Your team works their ass off. Thanks for coming, and I hope all the fans enjoyed it.
Yeah, thanks everybody here at Roar of the Rockies. Could not ask for a better place to come racing. The race site is awesome. The weather is honestly pretty nice and cool. A little windy and rainy here and then, but we still got our racing in and had a blast. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic weekend it's been. We had a little bit of weather yesterday, but boy, the sun came out at the perfect time to shine on our Formula One class and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's shown the brightest here on the shores of Pelican Lakes in beautiful Water Valley communities right here in the Front Range of the Colorado Rockies in Windsor, Colorado. Here at round 5, couldn't have not done it any better. Hey. There we go. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully nobody lost an eardrum there, but what a fantastic run for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Again, award ceremony and driver autograph session right now in Vendor Village. So swing by, grab your last burger or last brewski for the afternoon, and hang out and pick up some merch from Debbie Siebold at the Formula One Powerboat Championship merchandise tent, and make sure you got a Sharpie, a pen, or anything that these drivers will sign, because they are super excited to meet all of our fantastic fans here in Colorado, just like they are at every race here in 2025. They're a fantastic group of guys, and we're super excited for you guys to get to meet them, the man behind the helmet here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But that's going to wrap it up here for our live racing action. Again, we've got award ceremony coming up next. We'll be right back with the awards presentation for all 3 classes here at the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series Roar of the Rockies. All right. Well, it looks like we're going to be wrapping things up here for the folks that are watching on our live YouTube channel. Thank you so much wherever you are across the world. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that you spent your weekend with me and my partners Tim Siebold and Kay Myers and the rest of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. For those of you not here in Windsor, we're going to wrap things up here off our live stream. So good. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your afternoon. God bless. Be safe, and we'll see you in 1 month's time for the battle on the San Jacinto as we look to crown 3 series champions in our final race of 2025. On behalf of my partners, thank you so much. I am Thomas Yarborough, and we'll see you in Houston, Texas.